Hey folks, that looks better, doesn't it? Anyway, welcome to another edition of Let's Intelligame. I am your host, Josh Boykin, founder of Intelligame.us, a game culture and criticism site that finds intersections between games and the world around us. And I am really happy to be here for another edition of the show. It's Thursday, and this is what we do on Thursdays. And I enjoy that we do this together on Thursdays. I hope you do too, which I guess is why you keep coming back, right? Anyway, just to kind of give the general breakdown for folks who are not super familiar, Intelligame.us is a website out there that does a bunch of different stuff, a bunch of game criticism and commentary that is run by me, and currently is just me. But I've been lucky enough over the past year and a half that I've been running the site to have been partnering and working with a lot of really great people. So you'll see a lot of the content on Intelligame is connected to other folks who I think put together some really fantastic gaming content, and I hope that you'll take some time to check that out. If you want to stay up to date on what's happening with Intelligame, best way to do it is to follow us on social media. We are at facebook.com/let'sintelligame or twitter.com/let'sintelligame. We also, as you probably already know because you're sitting right here, are on Twitch at twitch.tv/let'sintelligame. Pretty much anywhere you find us, Let's Intelligame is the place to be. This has been a week. It has been a particularly harrowing week for those who spend any time on social media and have just watched the firestorm that has taken place around any number of different subjects. And of course, the most recent news that I actually didn't even find out about through actually consuming news, but through somebody who made a reference to it in a Discord channel that I'm in, is that the U.S. is withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement, which will make us one of 3 countries to not participate. The other 2, I believe, being Syria and Libya. I would have to double check that, but either way, it doesn't set a great precedent. But I will also admit that I haven't done a lot of research into it. It is fairly depressing news, but I'm also ruling it in the "this is something that I can't do anything about" directly column. And so until I can get involved, we're gonna leave that be. Also, in recent discussion, for folks who may have seen the most recent Intelligame article that posted, we had a really unfortunate tragedy here in Portland on Friday. 3 people were stabbed and killed, or I'm sorry, 2 people were stabbed and killed. A third was stabbed and wounded after 2 teenage girls were harassed by a white supremacist / Nazi / any number of things we could talk about. The most recent Intelligame article, if you go over to Intelligame.us, actually discusses that event in the frame of reference of a short alt game called The Cat in the Hijab, which we actually streamed on Friday, along with Yuri Kovichko and Hannah Piper Burns, who I work alongside for a project called Altcade here in Portland, where we stream short alternative games that generally have some sort of artistic theme to them. It's been quite the 7 days. It's hard to keep your head above water for all of it. And for those of you who are out there and are struggling, know that you're not struggling alone. There are tons of folks out there who also feel like the world has caught on fire, and that things are insane. You're not alone. And there are people out there to talk to commiserate with, and hopefully to then collaborate with and find ways to make changes for the better in your own communities and abroad. That's a little bit of what we're trying to do here at Intelligame, trying to clean up our own little corner of the world, and that will hopefully be able to grow over time. It looks like I may have messed with the settings a little bit too much on our bot that's supposed to be posting links for the different content we're running. But I would like to announce that we have speaking of community, Intelligame now has a Discord server. I've been talking about this Intelligame Discord server for quite some time, and it's good. It's we are set to jet. So for those who don't know, Discord, I'll post the link here in the chat for folks who are interested in jumping in. Discord is essentially a chat service. It works like works like a chat room if you aren't familiar with Slack. But basically it's a community where people can come together and talk about a number of different things. There are a bunch of different channels there, so you can divide up the conversation, pay attention to the things you want, don't pay attention to the things you don't. There's a fantastic mobile application for Discord on both iOS and Android, so I recommend, if you're interested in jumping in, that you go ahead and pick up that app. Anytime that new Intelligame stuff is happening, you'll get the announcements right there to your phone. You'll be one of the first to know. And you'll also notice, if you do some investigating, that we do have another project that is on the way real soon for Intelligame, but that we won't announce until next week. So if you jump in the Discord, you'll be the first to be like, hey, I didn't know that you were doing this. And I'll be like, yeah, I know. But yeah. Anyway, So, again, thanks to everybody for showing up today. Today we are going to be taking on LA Noire, which is it's a game that was created by Rockstar, the same folks that did Max Payne and do Grand Theft Auto. LA Noire, I think its biggest mistake is that it looks like Grand Theft Auto, but it's really not meant to be Grand Theft Auto. Set in 1947, you play as a Los Angeles police officer, a detective who slowly moves up the ranks and is exposed to the seedy underbelly of the Los Angeles Police Department and the world around him. From what I recall of the game, because I'll admit that part of the reason that we're taking on LA Noire is because because the chat gave me just enough grief for not respecting my mother's wishes when we did Batman a couple weeks ago, that I wanted to do a game that was special to my mother. When LA Noire came out, I bought it for the Xbox 360. I believe I was working at GameStop at the time, or getting on the way to working at GameStop. And I played through a lot of this with my mother. The game has a very cinematic quality to it that makes it really interesting to watch, and also has a lot of really well recorded dialogue. So I think you folks will enjoy that. Also, hey P Flan, welcome to the chat, and also Gamer Boy Carl, thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you. And yeah, Cole Phelps is a very interesting protagonist. I'm looking forward to digging in a little bit further to take this on. So without too much further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get this started up. If you have, again, per usual, if you have any questions, any comments, concerns, go ahead and drop them in the chat. I will have the chat up and available to read, and I'll try and address any situations that I can. And again, if you have any suggestions, there's a great place for you to be able to get involved, and that is our new Discord server. So let me go ahead and get LA Noire moving. This is the awkward part where it's like, hey, we don't have any music playing, but I can't have music playing because that would be super weird. Also, hey Sarah, and hey K Drama Kimmy, good to see you both. Welcome to the stream. And I am glad that you're both here. This game is pretty amazing, as you said, Sarah, and it'll be really fun to go through this for the first time in a long time. I'm just also really excited to kind of re-experience this storyline. And another thing that I will admit that I have been garbage at with this game is I am not the world's greatest detective. I made a number of errors, I believe, on my first playthrough, and I don't remember any of the plot. So, or I should say, I don't remember enough of the minutia of the plot to be able to just go ahead and barrel my way through. So I may need your help on occasion to not get us into really bad situations. LA Noire is doing just a little bit of setup right now, so I'm going to go ahead and bring the music back while we talk a little bit more. Also, hey Chris, damn it Chris, welcome to the chat. I think, yeah, they're in general, they did a really great job of casting this game. And there are a number of characters who you end up becoming attached to, even though you don't know quite how minor or major they're going to be. And that ends up being a really powerful mover as you end up getting into some of the later acts of the game. One of the things that you're probably also going to have to keep me accountable for is not getting into too many wild and crazy side quests. As anybody who's watched me play an RPG before knows, it's really difficult for me to ignore when somebody's like, oh, but hey, do that thing over there. And I'm like, yeah, I can do that. It'll only take a couple minutes. And we've all seen how often I can fall into issues of greed. So if If it seems like I'm maybe just getting a little bit too far off base, feel free to rope me back in. I've got no problems with that. Okay, so we want this one. I think that's what we want. All right, folks, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to hit the launch game button, and we're going to hope that the world doesn't explode. That's the goal, is to have a not exploding world. And all right, let's go ahead and make our transition over. And we're going to capture. And okay, I think we might be there. Here we go. Find all the cars. That's the problem. I just like, oh well, I'll just find. There's just one more car. I just have no idea where it is. The other thing about LA Noire is that for a game that is fairly grounded midway through the 360's life cycle, it was super gorgeous on console. So I'm really excited to see what it'll look like on a not super high-powered PC, but I'm pretty sure this thing's got a little bit more kick than an Xbox 360. I'll hold you to it unless you see Batman standing by, then well, you know, that's fair. I should I happen to see Batman standing by, I will choose Batman. I will not make the same mistake twice. All right. And then let's go ahead and cut off our background music because that's going to be a mood killer. All right, let me know. We should be good to go. Oh, this feels good to be. It feels good to be back, folks. Feels good to be back. So I think what I'm excited. One of the reasons that I decided to take on LA Noire, particularly right now. Oh, you're gonna make me. Really? Boo. Okay, we're gonna transition back out so that I can put in my password and not be giving away all of my information to the world. Okay, that's okay. We're almost there, fam. I promise. Don't get too disheartened. Also, apparently this game doesn't like Alt-Tab. This one. Oh no. It's the world has exploded, folks. It is just slightly on fire. What if they did an LA Noire style game a la Detective Comics? Now that would be fantastic. I like the newer Batman games and the ways that they've taken on sort of, I guess, the mythos of Batman, but I would love to see I'd love to see a Batman game that really does hone in on investigation. It sort of fluctuates from game to game, and a lot of times it feels like it's sort of not really an afterthought, but it definitely becomes secondary to sort of I'm Batman and I punch things and I glide and I have fancy technology. But I think it would be really interesting, even if I guess you could almost do then a Bruce Wayne game. No, that really wouldn't be interesting. But if you had a Batman game where it really was about utilizing a lot of those detective skills, that would be pretty fantastic. Origins had a decent balance. I actually never played Origins. When I was when I was particularly inspired by the idea of playing Origins, it was still super glitchy. And I think the only system that I own Batman Arkham Origins on is PC, which was notorious for having glitches in like every Batman game. One day I would actually like to take on Batman Arkham Asylum. I think it's hard for me to think of any game that does atmosphere as well as that one does. And so this is the part where we... Nope. Continue to sign in. They want me to type like 9 weird things for the CAPTCHA, and that doesn't make any sense. Like Ardenage and Jardine. I don't know what either of those things mean. Let's see. Also a moderately hair pulling plat. See, you are a lot better at pulling platinums than I am. I enjoy platinum hunting, but my list is so long right now. One of the projects actually that is coming up is basically trying to find a way to make my way through more games. I find that I might like lightly dabble in something, but I don't end up like really taking on a game to its completion. And so I am going to be making a list of a bunch of different games. And there are going to be some opportunities for folks to get involved and help curate and shape that list and steer what games I end up playing for the rest of the year. So I hope you, once you see that come up, that you get involved, because I think there will be some really cool opportunities to help steer Intelligame's progress. That's the word, progress. Let's see. So LA Noire is giving me just a little bit of grief with this Rockstar account, and that was never the intention. So apparently, they have their own thing called the Rockstar Social Club, and it was integrated with when I used it before, it was integrated with the Xbox 360. I don't know if they've actually maybe modified the Social Club so that now it's got like a bit more, it does like a bit more work with the modern consoles. I hope it hasn't like just gone by and forgotten about my my links from the past. But we're gonna go ahead and get that tuned up in just a second. In the meantime, have folks been playing anything this week that has been pretty interesting to them? I do have there are a couple of games that are a little more on the lighthearted end, or I should say the more casual end. Yeah, I think it just does not have my account information. It seems to have forgotten. There we go. Hey, buddy. I actually went through, let's see, still Persona 5, logged 77 hours so far. That game is huge. Like, they said that it's going to take, it would easily take 100 plus hours to clear the game. Do you feel like you're getting close to the end? Okay, so the problem was kind of my fault. Apparently it was still using my old college email. Which is not correct. Uh-oh. Okay, so we could be in some trouble because it looks like I can log into the account, but they won't let me reset the password without the current password. And apparently I don't know the current password. Come on, you can do it. Email. Well, I'll tell you what, we're just going to start a new account. That's okay. Hey, Unseen, good to see you. Yeah, and I'm excited about LA Noire. I'll bet that you're actually going to have a lot of really insightful commentary here. In fact, folks, if you, I would recommend that you click on Unseen Academical's handle and then give him a follow too. He's been doing some really fantastic work over on his channel. So yeah, definitely check that out. And let's see. If it holds true to the others, still have a few months to go, only in December right now. Yeah, good luck. Like, for real, that game is huge and absolutely fantastic, but it is not a small game. It is not a minor undertaking. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and we're just gonna jump in and create a brand new account because that's I don't know how they expect me to like you said, Ma, I don't know how they expect me to just like if I knew the password, I would have used that password and then I wouldn't try to change my password. But this is just me getting upset at them for a mistake that I made, and I can admit that. I can admit that. EA has a lot of business presence here, and this matches with everything I'm seeing in the business here. What do you mean? What matches with everything you're seeing in the business? I'm guessing EA, you mean as Electronic Arts? I wonder if I've got like downloadable content that's attached to an old account, and if I'll be able to still, you know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay. All right, we're gonna is this gonna, okay, there we go. So let's see. This was published by EA. No, this was actually this was a Rockstar game. This was published by the same folks who do GTA. PS3 copies, $15. Easiest impulse buy of my life. Yeah, it's only $20 on Steam right now, and it's a good idea. At least I hope it is. I'm really glad that everybody's been so excited to go through it. I guess I wasn't sure if I wasn't sure how much people would even remember or recognize the game, and it just sort of came to me in a flash, the idea of taking the game on. Now, the catch is going to be that LA Noire is not a short game, but I do plan, so I can get this to play on my laptop through my Steam account. I would have to check your laptop's requirements to figure out if it would run it, but it is possible. The other thing that I would recommend though is that you have a controller. I don't know what this game would run like on a okay. not going to let that hold me up. It's saying that my username already exists, because it does. And usually this is the part where I would say, oh, I am so upset that I can't access my username anymore. But I know that I have a purpose, which is to get you guys to be able to see the game. So I'm not going to get hung up on nonsense. I'm just going to accept and accept. All right, fam. I hope you guys are excited. I totally miss this soundtrack, and I feel like I actually used to have this soundtrack, but I may have to pick it up again. Let's see. You know what are good days? Kickstarter backer reward arrival days. What did you back on Kickstarter that you got? There's some really great stuff that I'm supposed to have coming on the way. I'm really excited about a board game called Soul Last Days of a Star. And I actually wrote an article about it a while ago. So if you check some of the Intelligame archives, you should be able to see some stuff there. I'll have to get it reposted at some point. Oh man, here we go. I'm going to see if I can get the options, get this display contrast. You can play the whole game in black and white. Okay, no, we're gonna do it in normal color first, and then if it feels like it's something we should do, we'll turn it into black and white. Subtitles, we're gonna turn those on. Interface size should be fine. There we go. And I have to turn up the brightness a little bit because I've got a giant friggin' light right here so that you folks can see me okay. And it makes it harder for me to see the game. Just a little bit. Okay. I'm actually kind of wondering what it would be like to control this with a keyboard and mouse.
A city on the verge of greatness. A new type of city, based not on the man, but on the automobile. The car. A symbol of freedom and vitality.
It's really, I didn't realize how much the car had an impression on like how we developed until I moved to Portland, where cars aren't always unassumed. In the Midwest, you need them all the time.
A city of opportunists. A city of dreams, where Hollywood will shape the thoughts and desires of the entire planet.
Oh, folks, I forgot how good this soundtrack was.
A city of dreamers. A city of undercurrents, where not everything is as it seems. A 20th century city that will become a model.
Thanks for posting that link, P-Flan.
A city that has no boundaries, that will stretch as far as the eye can see.
Now, one thing that I will admit, like right off the bat, I'm noticing, and given it's supposed to be late 1940s LA, but this is a a very, very white game
In the Marine Corps,
upon
you deal with
reflection.
chain of command. Mistakes get made, but you deal with them. You know what you're fighting for, and that you're on the same team. But dealing with corruption is like chasing shadows. You never know whether the guy you're talking to is on the pad, or whether it's your partner, or maybe even the watch commander. So who do you trust, Cole? I made up my mind a long time ago.
KGBL calling caller 14 Adam. 14 Adam, come in.
Go ahead, KGPL.
14 Adam, see the detective at ambulance shooting at 6th and Industrial Street. Unit 16 William requests uniform assistance for an evidence search. 14 Adam, code 2.
Roger, 14 Adam en route.
One of the things that I do appreciate about this game is how there are pretty significant portions of the gameplay that don't involve
Here we go again. They don't request uniforms
gunplay.
for an evidence search unless there's some kind of catch. Ever the optimist. From the beam of sunshine himself. Take this right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're gonna see me tear up the town. I'm not gonna be a great driver.
Take the next right.
I guess I'm okay with the keyboard and mouse controls.
Floyd Rose, homicide. You might back up?
Yes, sir. Phelps and Dunn, Wilshire Division.
We had a shooting. took
Yeah,
place down the
I don't remember
We have the
who
Vic,
their
a Negro male bagged up and on his way to Central Morgue. Witness says a tall white guy, our shooter, put 2 in the Vic's head and then threw his piece. I need you guys to try and recover the gat.
You want us to look anywhere in
I don't remember who
Get
these
your best
people
shot,
are modeled
guys.
after.
The dead guy's
You were
a
always
low
better
life.
at
I'm not expecting any miracles here.
identifying the
recover the
faces than I was.
Bag it and return it to technical services.
Hurry it up, Floyd. We
I'm
got
outta
places
here.
to be.
Happy hunting.
But again, I mean, one of the things that you'll notice over the course of the game, and is actually part of the game's mechanics, are how ridiculously detailed the faces are. And they used special face like mapping technology because one of the elements that they wanted you to be able to do was to be able to essentially do investigation and determine whether or not somebody is lying by like small facial gestures and small tells to really focus on the idea of doing that investigation.
What do you think? Have a good look around. It could be anywhere.
John Noble shows up later, and I lost my mind when I played. I'm not sure who is John Noble. This isn't another Game of Thrones reference. It would have been too early.
What have you got, Phelps? Anything?
Bro,
Cole, come take a look
doing
at
what I
this.
can. Okay, so I feel like that
I tell you, I'm genius.
sound
I always get landed with this
is
crap.
supposed to be indicative of a clue. But it's not letting me do anything, so I'm gonna guess we don't have it. Chimer magnifying
Never gonna
glass
find it.
icon
It's a waste of time.
indicates objects nearby can be located. And press that to expect.
Shooter put him up against the wall and blew his brains out.
Hell of a way to go.
Doesn't really matter how you go once you're gone.
Don't get all deep on me, Phelps.
Press. What is that button supposed to? Oh, maybe it's tab. There we go. So, I also do like that we're carrying this. I do like that we're carrying like an actual small notebook, even if his handwriting is way too good for me to believe that it's handwriting. My handwriting is garbage, so maybe that's why. Maybe this is just jealousy. Maybe somebody's handwriting is actually like that. Frankly, the clue finding minigame here was always my least favorite part. It is, I understand the idea of wanting to have
giving me anything to go on.
some sort of investigation and clue finding, but I don't feel like they give us a really good sense of how to proceed or when something is an actual viable clue, and that ends up just making it more of a waste of time. So, I don't need that kind of grief, Sarah. Like, I don't need it. I appreciate you being here, though. Nope. Don't need a broken bottle. It's not even broken. I am, again, and you probably saw me bristle a little bit. I do have to also remember that this game is set in 1947. So there are going to be some dynamics to race relations that I'm not going to be super excited about. One of the things that is sort of interesting about watching the ways that games develop is that even when you're, even when you are,
Ralph, there's
something on the rooftop.
How the hell did you see that?
I looked
Reflection in
with
the
my
window.
eyes.
Looks like it might be our weapon. I'm gonna see if I can find a way up
There you
there.
go.
All right, don't hurt yourself.
You're both terrible, but so one of the things that'll be kind of interesting is the ways that games will
The gun's up on the roof, right? So we need to find a way up.
that's accurate, that games will end up handling issues of race, of gender, of class, based on the idea that you're creating a game in what would be today 2017, but are using older settings. It's part of the it's actually a part of what we discussed while playing The Cat in the Hijab last week on stream. Looks like we found our gun. The idea that we have to figure out, okay, so what do we actually want to convey is something that
S71893.
somebody could what actions can you particularly possibly take or emulate in a game, and how do we want to push those things
2
forward?
rounds fired. And instead of dropping it down a drain, our shooter hoists it up here. Interesting guy.
So, for instance, in The Cat in the Hijab, you have an opportunity to essentially shame the cat in drag at the end. And Hannah was pretty dismayed at the idea that we would even be given the option to take that action. And I think that's always
We could show some initiative, Ralph, and see if we can come up with an owner.
That's a long shot, Cole.
It's a pretty fancy gun. You know a local gun store?
Sure. There's a place a couple of blocks from here.
why would you just happen to buy the guns? Please tell me that you wouldn't just buy the gun from the place that was like right next to where you were going to shoot somebody. So the question is then, what opportunities, what experiences do we want to provide to people as they go through a game experience, particularly for a game like, for a game like The Cat in the Hijab, which is created during Resist Jam, a game jam about political resistance. It's a little peculiar that they would give you the opportunity to play the role of somebody who would end up being that bigoted. But there were a number of discussion points that I had about The Cat in the Hijab. So again, you can check out that most recent article to learn more, or you can see the bit of the discussion that I got into with the game's creator on Twitter. So, all right, so we're gonna go ahead and check gun store, and this location can be set as destination and marked on the map. Sounds
Sure
good.
about this? It's not really our gig.
No harm in doing some digging. The suits didn't seem to give much of a damn.
Such a little Boy Scout, Cole.
You can't wait to get out of that uniform, can you?
You'd rather round up drunks and help old ladies across the road?
Keeps you from getting
Rather
shot.
get through the day without the captain's foot up my ass.
It'll be fine, Ralph. You worry too much.
Found clues are yeah, I already know that they get added to the notebook. It's fine. So am I off base? While this is the 40s, I'm noticing there aren't gloves used or a pencil to pick up the weapon. Also shows the advances in crime technology. Yeah, I do think that there are probably a couple places where they could stand to get their act together a little bit. And I would hope that even in the 40s, that they were still dusting for fingerprints, and so the idea of picking up a weapon without any sort of protection does seem like a pretty easy way to corrupt a crime scene. Forensics, never heard of them. You know, I do like the idea of using Discord for voice chat. My question in doing that streaming is how to make sure that you would see the game before. So to give folks some backstory, really, I guess I didn't turn on my horn. That's my fault. You don't know. I don't look like a cop car. I do look like a cop car. Anyway, so Unseen Academical and I have talked about doing a... Why is nobody pulling over? I totally have the sirens on right now. Hey OG, welcome to the stream. Unseen Academical and I have talked about doing a stream of XCOM, which is a frustratingly difficult at times turn-based strategy game about an alien invasion. That is a really exciting game, and also a really heartbreaking one, because when you lose your characters, they are gone for good. Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna have to learn to drive. One of the things that we've been trying to figure out, though, is how to make sure that we're able to have him give commentary on the game and see it at the right time. And I'm not sure how we'd be able to use Discord to basically get out of that 5-second delay between you and Twitch. But we will figure that out on Discord, which folks should join.
Smith & Wesson, Model 27, registered Magnum. Chambered for .357, nickel-plated with pearl grips. Same gun used by General Patton.
You're not suggesting he's the owner?
No, I'm not.
You seem to know a lot about the weapon.
I ought to. I sold it. You know, this piece will stop a rhino.
See, that's what I was just like. Why would you sell that gun
Here's my Smith & Wesson order book.
and use it
Mind if I take
2
a look?
blocks away?
My guest.
Like, I get that LA is a new city, but this is absurd.
Model 27 with pearl grips, Cole. You see it on there?
All right, so we're looking for item 27, nickel. And yeah, maybe Skype screen capture. Let's coordinate and do some testing. Maybe this weekend we can try and come up with something. Let's see. So it looks like this one is 27 with a pearl grip.
We're in luck. Errol Schroeder, 203 South Glass Street. Ordered the gun in February '46. Thanks, you've been a big help.
Anytime. Always happy to help out the LAPD.
It is difficult,
Do we call it in?
I can admit.
Let's see if he's at home. Owning the gun doesn't prove he pulled the trigger.
Okay.
You are
In for a penny, in for a pound. Lead the way, Gunga Din.
you're awful committed, Cole. All right, so now we want to head to Schroeder's apartment. I would like to see, and no, I don't drive like that in real life. But if I did, I'd never admit to it anyway. So I guess we'll never know. Let's turn the horn on because that's the responsible thing to do. There is something about, oh, sorry folks. We're just gonna go ahead and go this way. You don't need that newspaper anyway, right?
Now that wasn't so hard, was it? Just because we're in uniform doesn't mean we can't use our initiative.
I guess so. Seems a little too good to be true. One-of-a-kind murder weapon bought locally using a real...
Thank you, right? Like,
He's no criminal mastermind.
Most of are. That's why they get caught. 2 out of every 3 crimes are done on impulse.
The-
Another fact from the Phelps Encyclopedia of Thin Air. You really are full of it.
The writing is so good. It's just really natural. But of course, I believe they hired like some actual like Hollywood actors to do some work with as well. Using the horn for non-emergencies. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know whether this guy knows that we're on the way. Somebody just got killed and is in a body bag. I want to get there quickly. I'm also hungry. One of the things that we've talked about in Altcade as we were trying to design what we wanted to put together for Resist Jam was whether or not we wanted to bring in games that would have people play the role of police. And that is, it is difficult understanding the role that that police have played in much of the contention that we've had to. Yeah, I know gold-handled doors allow us to enter. That's the one. What? Just randomly, if I save up from now to Christmas, I don't know.
Schroeder, apartment 2.
Anybody else feel a chase scene on the way? Anyway, I've noticed that even just my general concept of playing or watching police dramas has changed over the past couple of years. I watched an episode of Blue Bloods that just felt a lot more uncomfortable because I noticed how frequently the police would like walk into a space which was dangerous. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, yeah, they over the course of the plot, like, they're not going to write an episode about non-dangerous scenarios, but they'd always pull out their gun first. And one of the things that I actually noticed in the marketing as I was looking for images for LA Noire to show on social media was,
Wake up, Cole.
bro, I'm in the middle of something. What I noticed was how many different images involved Cole with his gun, even in places where he didn't necessarily need to have his gun out. I believe there's one where he's like he's at the scene of a crime looking at a dead body with his gun out. Like, there are other cops there on the scene. The scene it's a crime scene. There's nobody there, and yet he has his gun out. And so frequently I think that we associate the act of using a gun with the act of doing the job of a police officer. There are any number of studies that have shown the differences between marketing strategies that are used for the American market versus the European market. And you can see on the covers of games that are released in the US versus in Europe, the ways that there are, less.
Hey, Cole, let's get moving.
Bro, you are a troll, and now dude knows we're outside. But there are any number of different ways that those facets come into play. But I do think that there are a number of things about being a police officer that have nothing to do with using your gun, and having that be part of, I guess, the mythos or the mystique of being a proper police officer, I think adds damage to the equation.
What do you guys want?
I'm Officer Cole Phelps. This is Officer Dunn, Wilshire Division. You're the owner of a Smith & Wesson Model 27, nickel-plated with pearl grips?
I might be. What of it?
Then you'll be surprised to know that Scooter Payton was murdered tonight with your gun.
You're out of your mind. Scooter? He works for me. I have that gun here in my drawer.
I feel like this isn't going to work the way you want it to.
What the fuck is going on here?
You're under arrest, Schroeder. Cuff him, Ralph.
No way. You're not taking me down for this.
Bro. Oh, whoa.
You ready, tough guy?
Okay. I kind of forgot about this. I forgot about the brawling aspect. which on one hand,
All right? I'm fine. I hardly felt it. He's lucky he caught me off guard.
Keep an eye on him, Ralph. I'm gonna take a look around.
it's strange because let me see. Guns are a symbol of authority and power. It also helps to say this is a character who has agency, which is a terrible thing. Absolutely. I mean, like, there's your guns are a trump card. It's hard to, you know, how do you deny agency or activity to somebody who's holding a gun? You don't. Oh yeah, I'm glad you appreciate it. Never thought about it that way. So I think one of the things already that I'm feeling conflicted about is the idea, like, I'm playing a police officer. That police officer was attacked. He got sucker punched, but even so, it still feels not great to engage in this sort of like backroom brawl. And I think part of it is that, again, a number of the things that we're going to see as we go through and play this game are the ways that it borrows really heavily from Grand Theft Auto. Okay, so we've got, this is a book. It's got some numbers. It looks like those are dates. So we've got 9, 4, 46, and 50, 20, 40. Is this a bookie? Are these like bets?
List of names and a series of numbers. Floyd Rose's name is in this book.
Phelps, we can come out of this all bright and shiny with a commendation. Or stick our schlongs in a hornet's nest. Call it in, partner.
That sounds terrible.
Leave the book where you found it.
And this is when Type A Officer Phelps.
1247.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Again, there are going to be a number of ways that you're going to see this game borrow from Grand Theft Auto, and the things that are meant to essentially engage people in Grand Theft Auto, which is interesting because Grand Theft Auto's entire motif is the idea that you're working outside of the bounds of the law, that you're a criminal, that you're doing, you know, whatever it is you want to in the city, and the cops are trying to chase you down. So the things that you do to get those feelings of power in Grand Theft Auto
Sons of bitches, get in this line now before I lose my temper.
Excuse me, Sergeant.
Excuse me? Fuck you. You say another word and I'll break your fucking head and have you in the brig.
Some of us are here for...
I know why you're here, asswipe. I'm having a bad day, Private. Some people don't seem to want to get on this bus.
Didn't ask for your help.
He didn't ask for your help. Can you believe this guy? Who are you two? Abbott and Costello?
We're here for OCS, Sergeant.
So it's the three fucking stooges and you're here for OCS. God help this fucking country and the USMC. The Japanese will do the world a favor and kill you quickly. All three of you are on report. What are your fucking names?
Phelps.
Kelso.
Merrill.
Any other gentlemen for OCS? OCS is at Elliott. You take the Camp Elliott bus over there. This bus is for MCRD. This bus is for men who want to fight.
And so begin the flashbacks. So the game's going to use a lot of different methods to essentially give us those ideas of engagement that we're used to in a video game. But we're experiencing them as a police officer who's supposed to be working inside the bounds of the law, as opposed to the outlaws. So it's kind of interesting, you know, engaging in gunplay or hand-to-hand combat, ways that you can tell they've iterated on Grand Theft Auto, but again, feels a little peculiar as a cop. Then again, we also didn't shoot him. So that's something to learn.
We'll take that. It's only a couple blocks from
14 Adam calling KGPL. We'll handle the 211.
Roger that, 14 Adam. Be advised, suspects are armed and dangerous.
It's a symbol of who you should pay attention to in a scene. The person with the... Oh, we're driving. I really love how a LARP I read about used guns as a dramatic tool. It was a very simple rule, but useful. And what's... I'm sorry, I don't usually drive like this either. I just was trying to read at the same time. There's no such thing as texting and driving in the 1940s, but apparently I just did it. And here we go. This is our first taste of gunplay. And again, in order to keep us engaged, that's how they do it. Is they give us guns. Suspects are marked in red with a blip. Okay. I'd like to not get shot here. Yeah, because they can obviously hear you right now. I'm trying to get out from behind cover. No, don't. There we go. Shoot. Alright, well, time to run.
LAPD, put down your weapons. The bank is surrounded. I'm offering you a chance.
Oh my. Let's move. Like, get out of cover. Like, like shoot his hat. Let him know that you're taking this kind of seriously. Okay.
Stay down. That's it? We got them all? I think we got them, Cole.
No.
Should be all clear. Lieutenant Hopkins says anytime you reach for the shotguns, you're either going to end up dead or wearing a citation. So I guess
It's okay, Ralph. You did well in there. Glad you have
It
my
would
back.
be nice to know that
That's
that
my
were
partner.
the way that worked. I feel like, yeah, there are going to be a lot of ways that this is going to feel slightly contentious based on police things. 2 points for me. Aaron Staton played a writer in Mad Men. Oh, and he plays Phillips. Okay. Or Cole Phelps. Gotcha.
If I can make a name for myself in this war, my future.
Thinking of taking on a company of the Emperor's finest single-handed? You don't seem the Sergeant York type to me.
When I need your opinion, Kelso, I'll ask for it.
They talk about officers like you in boot camp, Cole. They call it the Custer syndrome. Guys who go around dreaming of fame and glory and getting all of their men killed in the process.
Our duty is to lead, Kelso.
And their duty is to die for your wonderful future?
I mean, already we can see a number of ways that that Cole is carrying this mentality into
Phelps and Jack Kelso. With some people,
carrying this into his job as a police officer as well.
Guys who should have been friends, but their personalities got in the way. Phelps, a good guy, wound way too tight. And Kelso, a quiet man who could never walk away from a fight.
Well, it's a shame you don't like to talk about it, Cole.
Ralph, friends who want to stay friends don't discuss religion or politics. In my case, you can add the war to that.
I know that bum. Wendell Bowers. I put him away before he jumped parole. Get after him, Phelps. I'll head him off in the car.
Oh, here we go. All right, so this is going to teach us another. It's interesting the way that they're teaching us the different mechanics of getting along in the game, right? So we just. Okay, we just scale automatically. So you gonna pull those down? Nope. Okay.
Bowers, hold it right there.
Move towards a ladder to climb it. All right, we can do that.
I won't tell you again, Wendell. Jesus, Doug, walk your fire.
Right, it's like, bro, I'm up here. Like,
Get down from there right now. Give it up, Wendell.
come on, man. Like, oh, that. I was just about to ask. I was like, why didn't we just, like, reach for his leg? I didn't feel like climbing was necessary there. Oh, we just died, didn't we? Okay. Nope, not that time.
You assholes already screwed me
It's
once.
over, Bowers.
So I didn't think about it until just now, but when I first played this game, I was playing it with TV speakers, and so I didn't have a sense of where people were with sound. Ooh,
Looks like we've got the place to ourselves.
that's a real clothesline. That was unfortunate.
Come on then, pretty boy.
Come on. I didn't actually press Q. That's okay.
You doing, Wendell?
Yeah.
Your parole
Looks like a
officer
supporting
feels
actor in a lot of cop
He's got a
movies.
hole
Yeah,
in his life
I
for an
agree.
asshole like you. You can make it up to him in 10 years' time. Watch your head.
In the LARP, which is modeled on Battlestar Galactica, you couldn't actually shoot anyone. You could draw a gun and everyone in the room had to give you what you were demanding, then you had to put the gun away. The only way to not give you what you wanted was for someone else to pull a gun. It led to a lot of maneuvering as people tried to be the only person in the room with a gun.
The ability to make tough decisions.
Huh.
The right decision is not always the popular one. The right decision will get the men you care about killed. These ratings and your ability to give them frankly and truthfully directly affect your chances of successfully becoming a Marine officer. Candidate Phelps, you have the floor. Esprit de Corps, Merrill, 10. Franklin, 8. Weiss, 8. Donahoe, 6. Kowalski, 6. Hudson, 5. Kelso, 2. Leadership, Donahoe, 8.
Wow.
Franklin, 7. Merrill, 6. Kowalski, 6. Weiss, 5. Hudson, 5. Kelso, 1. Candidate Kelso.
I'm sorry, Captain, but I joined the Marine Corps to fight the enemy, not get involved in this schoolboy chicken shit.
Kelso, in my office, now!
Oscar de la Phelps. We're getting a lot of information thrown at us at a really quick pace. And I don't know that I fully processed what was happening the first time that I went through this. And seeing the ways that now, given there are,
There's the case that makes you. Gives you that leg up.
I feel
It's
like
recognized as the shining new star
I feel
in the
like this
squad.
is almost
The case that you
the
solved shows
vocal
you have the
inspiration
gumption, the gung-ho.
for
Get up and do it,
Batman
like you said.
in The Dark Knight Rises. This could be the one, Cole. Like I don't know. Where's the detonator?
Stand clear of the body, please. Has anyone called an ambulance?
No, we don't have cell phones. They don't exist yet.
I'm afraid he's dead.
Okay, stand further back and move along. It's your choice, but make it quick, people.
So yeah, I mean, we're getting peppered with a lot of information, but I feel like it
Okay. Your first reporting then. We'll
it
keep
already
it
starts
going, move around.
to taint
Better see what you can find out
our
before the homicide dicks show up. I'll be with you in a moment.
our association with Cole, right? Phelps may be good at what he does, but we get the idea. You know, the narrator already says he's wound too tight. We see these spaces where he's obviously gunning for some sort of fame, for recognition, and we're not exactly sure how to feel about. I would say that I'm not exactly sure how to feel about that, because on one hand, the idea of when they found the gun, they're like, oh, we can just tell them that the gun is up there and we'll get a commendation. And he says, well, why don't we actually do something about it? The idea of wanting to take that initiative is not inherently negative, but the idea of being the idea of chasing glory, that anything that he gets involved in is supposed to give him this opportunity to do the type of leading that he feels he's supposed to do, can end up being very dangerous. It's that draw to find a larger source of power, and we already in modern society have a number of discussions about the ways that I thought it was telling me to examine that more closely right now. We also already have a number of discussions about the ways that the style of people who are recruited into the police force can have a pretty significant effect on the style of treatment and the.
All right. Yes, it's a dead person.
Thank you. That if people come in with this idea that the folks who they are dealing with are enemy combatants and are somehow evil or whatnot, that can interfere with an ability to peacefully handle a situation. So it's kind of interesting again, and I guess I never finished that thought. The idea of what happens when you have somebody who's removed from a war zone and then put into a space where they are given power and privilege and expected to use that responsibly. I looked away. Did we check the coat pocket? Yes, we did. We found that this is a layaway ticket, 1786. So I'm hoping that we can go inside and do something about that. I don't know that it's going to let us check an upper coat pocket. Nope.
We should make sure we've checked the whole crime scene before questioning the witness.
All right.
Can I help you, sir?
Nope, not yet, because I feel like I was just given an instruction. All right, so we have our clues here. The layaway voucher. It's a receipt for pearl earrings made out on Bank of Arcadia to C. Galetta. Shooting, none bus shoes. Fatal sidewalk shooting incident, 1 male victim. And we still don't know who it is either. Victim.
People have anything better to do?
Review evidence. Shooting. It seems like there should be something else for us to look over other than just the body. But I don't see any cars for us to look at. Oh, wait. Or are you just talking? Is that just the body? Yeah, that's just the indicator for the body. I don't see anything over here. Let's see. And it doesn't look like... Let's see. Can you lift him and find ID? I was hoping to be able to find ID of some kind, but it doesn't look like we've been able to find anything. Use WASD to examine a body part. Use WASD to select a body part, and then click the little mouse button thingy. Okay. Well, I think we found everything that we're going to find here. We've already checked that pocket. There's nothing in that pocket, so... The mailbox? Oh, that was an awkward walk. Okay. Good call. Ain't that something? Okay, hold it when the camera zooms slightly to allow it to zoom in. Oh, wait. There we go.
FN Browning, serial number 01138. Might need to run it by a gun store.
Eagleson's gun store's a couple blocks from here.
Let's see, so we'll put that object down. And I don't think it's going to let me check the pants pockets. I think it just lets me check, yeah, his jacket pockets. Which is not the responsible way to do things, because if I had a wallet, I would be keeping it in my pants pockets. Just stepping over dead bodies from mailboxes. Well, since you're on a 5-second delay, you're going to see that I'm about to do that again. Let's go to the gun store first. Check our locations. Eagleson's gun store. Set as destination. Alright. Press to talk. Talk to citizens to gain clues, hints, and information.
Sir, I'm Officer Phelps. What exactly did you see?
I heard the shots. I thought it was a car backfiring. I saw a girl run at the shoe store.
You want to take a look around now? The witness can wait, Cole. We've got the perimeter.
Alright, interview eyewitness as our next objective. I do want to go get that gun store stuff, but I'm going to go over here and see if we can talk to anybody about what was, if they saw anything.
Clear this area immediately.
How do you say clear this area immediately? I
Show's over. Keep moving, all of you.
was like, you don't.
This is a secure
You don't
area.
know.
You all need to leave.
All right. So let's head over to. Can I check? I want to see the map. Oh, that's how we do it. And that is too far away to walk, folks. We are driving. I am not about that walking life. Is there anything in the street? Well, let's check real quick before we take off. Does not sound like it, which is a weird way to investigate. Like, well, I don't hear any evidence here. All right. Now I'm gonna use my horn. Witness first for more clues about the suspect. You need the Fitbit steps. I have no idea what I just did. I mean, I know I contaminated a crime scene. That's what it's telling me. I just don't know how I did it. Maybe I do have to go to the... Maybe I do have to talk to her first then.
You all seem to be standing around. Shouldn't you be working?
I'm Officer Phelps, miss. I'm here about the shooting. Did you know the victim?
He was my boss. Mr. Gage.
So you bet you wish you had your gloves now.
Everett.
You are.
Galleta.
Okay.
Clovis. Galleta.
All right, wait a second. Galleta was one of the names, right, in our evidence. Witness details are entered on the left. Man, there's so much more to hear when you're using actual headphones. I can hear the like commercial that's on the left side right now. All right, so we're gonna review our evidence, and we're gonna check our layaway voucher. Receipt for pearl earrings made out on Bank of Arcadia to C. Galleta. All right, lady.
You think you could tell me exactly what happened, miss?
I look around the shops at lunch. I was in a store when Mr. Gage, my boss, bursts in yelling that I'm late on my lunch.
And?
We came back. I was angry. I walked in front. I heard shots. I turned and saw Mr. Gage fall.
If you think the witness is lying and you have proof, select lie. To accuse a witness of lying, you will need to present evidence. Press 3 to accuse the witness of lying. Why 3? That's kind of a weird one. Oh, truth, doubt, lie. Okay.
You're lying, Miss Galleta. You know what happened and why.
Miss Galleta.
There's nothing to tell.
Not even going to try.
I've done nothing wrong. How can you prove different?
All right, select the evidence from the notebook that proves the lie.
Your pearl earrings, Miss Galleta.
Here we
You've been
go.
paying for them for a whole year. Stop lying and tell me what happened at the jewelry store.
Oh God, I won't lose the earrings, will I?
You could lose your freedom, you little fool, if you don't stop obstructing a murder investigation.
Mr.
I don't like his personality. I
Edgar
don't.
Kalu. He runs the jewelry store.
Kind of a douche.
He's showing me a lovely watch. Mr. Gage bursts in. Mr. Kalu gets very angry with Mr. Gage, and they start yelling at each other. Mr. Gage tells me that all of the things in the store are junk, nickel-plated, made in Japan, and yells at me to get back to work.
Then what happened?
We get back here, and I hear a loud bang. Mr. Gage clutches at his back. I hear another bang, and another, and another. Mr. Gage falls to his knees. It looked very painful.
Okay. So, let's see. Master Thespian, I think she's not telling the truth, but he's spot on for the 40s era. Yeah, and I think that's a big part of it, right? Like, there are, he's likely going to be a bit chauvinist, a bit misogynist. We're dealing with a minority. He is a white police officer in a place of privilege and power. And he's investigating a murder where he feels this obstruction of justice. Yeah, this is very much about playing as Cole Phelps.
He threw the gun in a bin and turned and walked away.
Now this is when we would have found the gun in the trash can, except we've got crack investigative team here in the Intelligame chat. So
you're making me angry, Miss Galetta. Is that what you want? Tell me why Mr. Kalu shot Mr. Gage.
Mr. Gage hates Jews. A lot of people do. It's not my fault if he has nice things.
Wow. All right, so let's check our details.
How many shots did you hear, Miss Galetta?
It's difficult to remember.
I think she said that she heard 3.
And they were so loud.
Okay.
I need you to concentrate, Miss Galetta. Even minor details can become important later on.
Well, there was one bang. And then another. And then 3 very quickly close together. 5.
Thank you for your help, ma'am. You've been very brave.
Earning experience raises your ranks and unlocks rewards.
Does that mean I can still collect my... Never mind.
Yeah.
Yes, officer, I'll make a statement.
Intuition points help us detect clues and evidence. Detected clues will be marked on the map, which makes them easier to find. There's another copy of that Mystic Tales comic book. That must be a big deal right now. See if there's anything else to pay attention to here. Wait. Why are you just... I was like, why are you just having me pick up random shoes? Don't get my hopes up. Again. Nothing. Nothing. For a second, I was like, why is there a computer on the other side of this desk? And I realized it's called a cash register. It is 1940s, but they did have machines. All right.
We have the murder weapon.
And the murderer. The girl saw it all. Our killer works at a jewelry store called Hartfield.
That's a couple of blocks from here.
Thinking what I'm thinking?
Tate, maintain the perimeter.
Investigate Hatfield's jewelry. But gameplay, you have to have irrelevant stuff that gets in the player's way because gameplay. So again, this is a place where I feel like the design of the way that it's modeled on older games kind of gets in the way. I think that a number of newer games are used to the idea of having a more significantly narrative style, and so streamlining some of those places. Yeah, this is a 27-point police turn. Don't you make me get out of this car. So the idea of having I don't know why I'm going to the gun store. Like, if dude's at the... That's gonna suck.
What are you doing to this car?
Thank you. Alright. I seem to have better luck when the horn is on. There we go. If y'all would pull over, we wouldn't have this problem. So we're gonna go to the gun store. Sorry, bad joke. It says go. There you go. That's alright, you didn't need that newspaper anyway. But actually, one of the things that I think would have probably... LA Noire, if I recall correctly, got kind of middle of the road reviews, probably in the 7.5 range. I mean, I think one of the things that actually would have helped tune this game up a lot is to cut a lot of the pieces that felt very Grand Theft Auto. So a lot of the kind of random side questing, searching for cars, driving in general.
I didn't sell it. Europeans love them, but it's pretty rare you find one.
Like, you know, being able to streamline the process so it focuses on the parts that we highlight in the games, the facial expressions, the investigation, the story.
In here for cleaning anyway. Then he bought a box of cartridges and he left.
Do you know where we can find Mr. Kalu?
Told me he was on his lunch break. Said he worked at Hartfield.
Also notice it's echoing in here.
Thanks for your help.
Okay, new clue, murder weapon serviced. Alright, I want to check that out. Did you just get road rage in a video game? Like, I'd rather have it here than in reality. That's a better idea. I think it's repetitiveness was ultimately its downfall. Store owner testifies to clue servicing the Browning pistol serial 01138. Yeah, so there are, I believe, 5 cases that you end up solving or working over the course of the game. And yeah, without I feel like that must have been kind of difficult to figure out, right? How do you balance you know, trying not to introduce a bunch of brand new mechanics right, you know, as you're like 3/4 of the way through the game, but on the other hand, how do you make sure that it's staying interesting at the same time? We want a location. We want to go to the jewelry store, and that's where we're gonna go. We're gonna put our siren on, because otherwise I'm gonna hit a bunch of people. There we go. There we go. It's a little weird driving with a keyboard because I can't just like lightly tap the thumbstick. It's all digital input. So I just have to like randomly waltz back and forth. And watching him drive in the car where he's just like is a little funny as well. All right, time to go in.
Officer, can I interest you in a new watch?
I don't think so.
Officer Cole Phelps, are you Edgar Kalu?
Awful
no,
loud.
Mr. Kalu is out back. He said he'd lie down. I'll buzz him for you.
That doesn't sound right.
Son
Yup.
of a bitch. Go, Cole, go!
Hurry, officer. He's got away.
That dude's like, I don't even like him. He didn't pay his bill. He's got me working for 40 cents an hour. Really?
Too late, Kalu.
Can I interest you in watching me kick your ass? I wish I could make it get GIF of you doing that. Like, well, I mean, clips are available.
The one that keeps you awake at night. The case that gnaws at your guts and ruins your marriage. The case that keeps you propping up a bar as you relive the what-ifs, the might-have-beens, the half-leads, and the half-truths. The case that other cops murmur about whenever you walk past. The case you never, ever discuss.
God's mill may grind slowly, but it grinds finely, son. I hear it's you who nabbed our malefactor from the shooting yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Then tell me, Boyle, I hear you're quite the climber, a man of initiative.
Yep.
How would you like a chance at smiting this man with the sword of justice?
You're asking me to conduct the interview, sir?
I am, young Phelps. You've only been with us a short time, and you've assembled yourself a stellar arrest record. Not to mention the fine work you did in the war, sending heathens back to the hell they came from. But I'm curious as to whether you can turn your hand to interrogation. Takes a certain animal cunning, lad. Do you think you might be ready for that?
Yes, sir. I think I am.
Good man.
You know, academical, you'd probably have a better sense of this than I would, but
A motive, opportunity, hard evidence, and best of all, a confession. If you fail in the former, you can always use a modicum of violence to obtain the latter. How are you feeling, lad?
Fine, sir.
Very good. The evidence is overwhelming. May the cat eat him and the cat be eaten by the devil. Bring me a confession, young Phelps.
I don't know what that means.
This is your chance. Don't fail me.
So, academical, you probably have a better sense of this than I do, but the state of the Irish socially in the late 40s.
You shot a man dead in cold blood.
One of the discussions that I've, I mean, because it talks about the idea of shooting the heathens, which seems to suggest a certain amount of xenophobia. And we also catch that socially from the reference about the things were nickel plated and that they were made in Japan, of all the places to choose. Of course, Japan being an enemy during World War II. But I do kind of wonder, is there a significance to the idea of having a very Irish, it seems like police chief, who would be heading the force at this time? Faces from Halt and Catch Fire. I've never watched it. Dad's told me to watch it a couple times, though.
Shoe store. You put 5 rounds in Gage's back.
Gage was a bastard. Whatever he got what was coming. But it had nothing to do with me.
Careful use of intuition can lead to breakthroughs in interviews and interrogations. Well, I guess let's go ahead and try it. All right, so we can ask the community. Remove an answer. 99% of players chose the correct answer after using an intuition point on this question. Like, I just feel like using an intuition point isn't necessary here. Like, we know what happened, right? Like, he's lying. State of the Irish was weird. Remember, they didn't actively attempt to fight on the side of the Allies in World War II. This was also during the period where there were some really, really bad things going down with the English. Irish cops are the thing. That's where all the jokes about drunk Irish cops came from. Also, back then, the police represented the area unless you were in Harlem. Yeah, I believe that.
You shot Gage, and we know why. We can put you at the scene.
You can't prove anything.
All right, so suspect positively identified.
We know all about the argument. Miss Galetta made a statement.
You're counting on the girl? You think her testimony is going to stand up in court?
Bro, your gun was there too. That's messed up.
Fuck couldn't leave me alone. I had a sale. That girl was ready to buy.
Wow. That is a very large reveal. Also, the idea that they have gas chambers still, like, I mean, it's 1947. That's not even, I mean, it is a bunch of years ago, but.
Let's change the subject. You fasting for Yom Kippur, Mr. Kalu?
Yeah, let's change the subject, you going motherfucker. How about baseball?
You're not denying you're a Jew, Mr. Kalu.
This is America. It's not Germany. It's not a crime.
Some people don't like Jews, Mr. Kalu.
Yeah, and I guess you're one of them.
Gage hated Jews, didn't he, Mr. Kalu?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, you literally just said that he hated Jews. Like, literally.
You're lying, Kalu. I think you lent Gage money, and he owed you payment.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so the layaway voucher is for Galetta. The whole owed you money thing, though, like, where did that come from?
I'm done with you. Go flap your gums somewhere else. I want my lawyer.
I screwed up.
I've just got to keep my mouth shut and watch you run around in circles. We're done. Unless you want to keep making a schmuck of yourself.
Are you gonna have me do that over again, or did I?
Disappoint me, Cole Phelps. Get back in there and raise some lumps, boy. I need a confession.
That's unfortunate.
Has my lawyer arrived yet? I want to see my lawyer.
A lawyer can't help you, Mr. Kalu. You shot a man dead in cold blood. You're going to have to pay for that.
Okay, so are we starting over? Yes. Okay.
And a girl back to the shoe store. You put 5 rounds in Gage's back.
Yeah, I was thinking in New York.
Was a bastard. Whatever he got what was coming.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're not gonna have me actually physically accost this guy, because that would be messed up. And I particularly don't feel like I would feel comfortable being like, yeah, let's play a cop game where we.
You know why? We can put you at the scene.
Max Payne, another game that, you know, and Rockstar is really good at making games that have conflicted protagonists. Come on.
We know all about the argument.
Max Payne, you play as a police officer. I believe a police officer who ends up.
You're going to the gas chamber, Edgar.
You know, see right there. You specifically said Jew hating. So like, how could you later say? Anyway, but yeah, Rockstar does a good job of making protagonists that you, I guess, kind of. Yeah, but I don't particularly sympathize with Cole right now.
It's not Germany. It's not a crime.
Some people don't like Jews, Mr. Kalu.
Yeah, and I guess you're one of them.
Gage hated Jews, didn't he, Mr. Kalu?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so let's see. What do we want to do here? We can use some intuition. We can ask the community. We can remove an answer. I guess we could doubt here. I kind of wish I could. Whoops. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted. Okay. I wanted to be able to look over the transcript to see if exactly what I was asking questions for. We don't have proof that that he didn't like Jews, but I guess that seems like doubt would be the right call then there. Because I don't think that we don't have anything definitive that says that was how he felt. I mean, other than this, which is not the right answer. I wish I wouldn't do that. Whoops. There we go.
You left-wing leaning parasite. You expect me to sit
Wow.
here and listen to your drivel?
You call me that? You sit there and you call me those names, you goddamn goy butt snatcher? You and that stup Gage!
Why did you do it, Mr. Kalu?
That dialogue might be a little heavy-handed right there.
He's in with all those momsers. He blocked every proposal I ever put forward. Kike this and kike that. He's been trying to ruin my business for years.
Edgar Kalu, I'm charging you with the first-degree murder of Everett Gage. I respect your beliefs and your right to hold them. I hope for your sake the jury can commute to murder in the second degree. May God have mercy on you, sir.
Masterfully done, Officer Phelps. It is just Officer Phelps. Isn't it, lad?
Yup.
Yes, sir.
Should probably stay that way.
Then let me have a word with the Chief of Police, young Phelps. The department needs heroes. A shining, honest face the public can admire. I applaud a man with your talent for unwavering justice. Back to your duties for now, Boyle. But here's a piece of advice. Get yourself 2 suits, get them pressed. You'll be needing them.
Well, dude, I mean, like, if that's a job requirement, don't you pay for... Yeah, I respect your views. You're left-leaning parasite. Like, yeah, there's a little bit of conflict in there. I also didn't, again, I think that there were just a number of pieces of nuance that I didn't get when I was going through this when I was younger, and seeing those pretty obvious tells about the time and sort of the era. And I guess at that point, particularly being left-leaning is going to... Is that Kelso on that billboard? Particularly being left-leaning is going to also be sort of a communism reference. History is not my forte. I might be getting that wrong.
Here's your new desk, kid. You're on traffic. The hot sheet is posted here, next to the map.
What's his problem?
That's big.
He just doesn't like it.
He's an institution.
So this is what all the fuss is about. Why couldn't they build a freeway that goes past my place?
They haven't even approved the money yet, kid.
Oh, well, in Portland, they could do that if the... No.
It'll be years before any of this will happen. Here's your new partner.
Urban renewal, not great in Portland. Historically racist.
The odd citation, and maybe we'll get along fine.
I'm here to learn, Detective.
He's an intense one, isn't he, Mel? Intense. The newly minted detective here, Cole Phelps. Hi, Phelps.
I'll be keeping an eye on you. I could spend a little time basking in reflected glory. Make a change from busting hookers and dope fiends.
Who was that, Commander?
Roy Earl, chief detective and advice.
Do they all dress like movie stars?
Well, Roy is a movie star.
Hmm.
And the whole of the seedy side of LA is his audience.
What is that supposed to mean?
Stick with me, kid. You'll find out.
And this is when we start to uncover the corruption that is the seedy underbelly of the LAPD.
Now some housekeeping. Warm Central Division welcome for Detective Cole Phelps. Some of you guys may know Phelps. He's the cop who broke the jewelry store murder. Stand up and take a bow, Phelps.
If it's all right with
That's
you, sir.
an order, Phelps.
Oh, get wrecked.
Phelps is one of only 2 serving LAPD officers who received the Silver Star during the war. Really gave it those lousy Japanese, eh, Phelps?
I did my best, Captain.
Why are you war heroes always so modest? I've partnered Phelps with everybody's favorite Pole, Stefan Bukowski.
Hope you like work, kid. Bukowski sure as hell doesn't. Well, that's why
See, and it's just like the outright racism that just like is running across all of this dialogue. Which again, though it may be historically accurate, you know, it does speak to the idea of how do we present these situations in a what would be comparatively future, but in a present-minded game where we're speaking to a current audience. You know, and in many cases, I feel like where I've heard people speak about the idea of you know, when they're in the military, that, you know, you just deal with these different ideas of, you know, people speaking about race or whatever, that just, well, people's just people. And so maybe that makes it like culturally acceptable or okay for a number of like slurs or whatever to show up. But you can see that, I mean, like just sort of a blatant statement about Japanese people, and then everybody's favorite Pole. You know, with I don't know whether they were making a personal statement about his laziness or if that was supposed to be somehow connected to his ethnicity. But yeah, this is probably not a police department I would have been able to work in. So.
Isn't he the cop they've been talking about on the radio? Want another commendation?
Let's see. They're fighting an urban renewal initiative up here and appear to be winning. Why do all? It sounds like there are so many things that are are making sense in Canada. So I applaud. So yeah, what a signal to get in the lane. But, oh, here we go.
As you will find elsewhere in America. But we neither shield nor defend them. We want them exposed. We're not responsible for the political or economic ideas of any individual.
All units of 459 just occurred in 6th and Saris. Any unit to handle, code 2 identified.
Oh, I guess we're gonna go. But you can hear, there we go on the radio, that we're starting to hear about the idea of responding to calls of communism.
2 years ROTC before Marine OCS at Camp Elliott. Shipped out in early 45 as the first lieutenant. Fought the Okinawa. Back home. A year on the beat. Now I'm here. So you won the Silver Star. I don't want to talk about it. Now let me get this straight. You single-handedly killed 40 Japs on this hill in Okinawa. No. You were up there all night. Draped in the flag. Knife between your teeth. Gun at the ready. Finished? The Emperor Hirohito himself leading the charge against you. I did my part, Bukowski. What did you do? I kept the streets of LA safe for the people. Yeah. Now I get it. Unfit for service. Fuck you, Phelps. I earned a bravery citation.
All units of 459 just occurred in 6th and Saris. Any unit to handle, code 2 identified.
And again, this is one of the places where, like, yes, it's nice to have side questing, but
he has a mask on his face. I caught sight when he shoved past me,
but the dialogue, I mean, that conversation, like, I'm not gonna have the opportunity to finish that conversation back, so that's kind of frustrating. Really, bro? Like, did you just get ripped out of a cowboy movie and get thrown up on a roof? Is that what happened? Okay.
Give it up now. Make it easy on yourself. Get the hell away from me.
Anyway, yeah, I was like, why are we not I don't want to shoot him. I was right there. I don't understand why I couldn't have just punched him. Oh, okay. I was like, if you had put the gun away, I could have just punched him and that would have been fine. I don't know if they're not gonna give me the option to not shoot this guy. Yeah, because it's grayed out. It's not giving me the advancing indicator like last time.
Now, are we gonna make a bargain or what?
How long do you think you can hold out?
Incapacitate the...
You want to back off right now.
On your own goddamn head, be it.
Wait, what? What did you want? All right, well, try it again. May I ask, there are some words I can say in a crowded room that others can't. Could this be the same for a police house? They view themselves as a family and feel free to talk how they want in a room full of men. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that there's, I don't think that's far off. I think, you know, there are things that they feel comfortable saying to each other because they, you know, because they are close to each other.
Up on the roof, officer. He has a mask on his face.
But I mean, like, I can't help but feel like if I were in that situation and people just all of a sudden were like, oh, you know, we brought in our favorite black person, you know, or whatever word they happen to use, and then talked about my laziness. So, like, you know, guys, you can go jump off a cliff. That's okay. Yep, you go do that.
Give it up now. Make it easy on yourself.
It looks like the only way they're gonna give me to subdue the suspect is to shoot him. And maybe I'm supposed to feel supposed to be better with that because I'm being shot at. So there's only so much one could do, I guess. I feel like I remember there being a number of situations in this game where I would like shoot somebody in the leg to try and incapacitate them, and then they would just fall over and die. And I, as somebody who isn't super experienced with guns, I'm not trying to say that like, oh, it should be easy to just shoot somebody in the leg and incapacitate them. But it seems like the game doesn't necessarily provide a strong mechanic ability for you to be able to
Are we gonna make a bargain or what?
to, I guess, resolve these kinds of situations without killing the person. Okay, so I can do that. See? And there's the sheet. That's one street crime complete. So like that's the kind of situation where I would like to be able to have a way to cuff that guy instead of, really, dude? Anyway, it would have been nice to have been able to cuff the guy instead of, you know, filling him with lead. Alright, let's see what... Oh! Yeah, we almost just knocked that pole over. That pole would have knocked us over, one of the two. PE Freight Depot at 11:18 a.m.
Go on through. Parking lot straight ahead.
I need to get back to work, officer.
The detectives are here now. You repeat to them what you told me.
I did the right thing by calling this in. I'm just a working stick.
Just give them your story and you'll be all right.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see very few people of color in this game.
This is your first case, Phelps. It's okay to admit it if you're stumped. You don't know what to do next, just come talk to me and we'll see what we can figure out.
Thanks, Stefan. You're okay.
Bro, I didn't ask you if I was okay. I knew I was fine. I need your approval. Investigation music plays when you enter. It's great that they're
Traffic. What have you got?
this does such a great job of providing atmosphere.
The solid citizen is Nate Wilkie. He called it in.
What gives with the corner?
There's blood all over the interior. Someone's copped a full Broderick, but no stiff as yet.
We have an owner for the car?
I don't know what that means.
The car is registered to an Adrian Black, just north of Bunker Hill.
All right, we'll take a look around.
I'll keep Mr. Wilkie talking, but don't make him wait too long. He's the restless type.
Alright, so we could spend some intuition to detect clues and evidence, which would make them easier to find. Well, I do want to find some evidence first instead of just talking to the guy blind. I guess let's use an intuition point. That's what they're for, right? Alright, so alright, so we got a tire iron in here. Looks like just a tire iron. Apparently all shots kill the guy in that scenario. I'm not surprised. And that's where again, like, I want there to be
Picked up a live pig yesterday?
Okay. You know, it would have been nice to have a mechanic where if I'm going to you know, and I believe there are some investigations, there are some places where we'll end up, oh my gosh. There are some scenes where we'll end up taking people in
Looks to have lost a lot of blood.
alive. But I don't feel like there was the... Man, this is really bad. Let me make sure real quick that I've got the proper flag on the channel, because this is a mature game and I want to do right by Twitch. Okay. Yep, that's fine. Yes. Okay, good. Please don't break. Okay. Oh, shoot. I should have. There we go. Yeah, holy Pulp Fiction level blood. No lie. There's a lot in there. All right, so let's see what else we got, shall we? Now we got at least a couple more items. Well, that looks like it might be a murder weapon.
Brand name might give us something to go on.
Not just any heat, insta heat. All right. Then we're gonna go and check over here. I don't feel like we needed intuition for this. Like, all the evidence was marked. This is a waste of a point. All right, so Adrian Black.
32 years old, married. Sounds like an average guy. What was he doing out here?
Don't know.
Happier times, I guess.
So we haven't found the body, but we know somebody's dead. We also know that wallet is genuine leather.
Stenzel glasses. Home repaired by the look of it.
Oh, yeah, we've got tape right down the middle. His glasses look the same as, well, are they similar or the same to the ones that dude was wearing in the picture? Let's see. Looks like it. That looks like tape. And yeah, that pic's a little creepy. Alright, so let's go and talk to our witness.
Sir, I'm Detective Phelps.
Name's Nate Wilkie.
You found the vehicle?
Sure.
Hey, thank you for that follow. Definitely appreciate you joining the group. Sorry about that.
Figured I'd better take a look. And then I saw all the blood. So I called the police.
Okay. So let's start with the purpose of the scene. Oh, it looks like, okay, so we can check and just see how the dude's feeling, even without asking something.
Mind if I ask what you were doing out here?
Well, I work for the railway. I was on my way out to the switch and reckoned I'd take a shortcut.
That seems... Yeah, dude's looking you dead in the eye. He's like, tell me I'm lying. Like, nah.
Did you see anybody else in the yard? Maybe somebody hanging around the car?
Nope. I hadn't seen a soul all day till you boys turned up.
Do you know Adrian Black, Mr. Wilkie?
No, sir. That ain't a name I'm familiar with.
That doesn't sound right. Yeah, but he's still just looking dead in the eye. Oh, hey, Fluff. It's good to see you. Welcome to the stream. It's, yeah, it's nice to have you here. You should, folks, if you're not following her already, you should check out Fluffy Pancake XO. She does some really awesome, really chill streams.
You ever seen the car before?
Funny enough, I did. Couple of
Just
nights
going through some
ago,
LA
I was over there in
Noire.
the parking lot. I know most of the cars are parked here regularly, so it kind of stood out.
We found a steel pipe with blood on it near the car. Do you know anything about it?
I just don't...
No, sir. I went straight for the law when I saw the car was full of blood.
I feel like dude's just like, I just kind of happened to be here, and I called.
Was it wet?
And
Red?
I don't know anything else.
Darker, I'd say.
Yeah.
Look dry already.
Yeah, I'm glad you're able to catch a stream too. We're going through and we're talking a little bit about some of the social context of, you know, being in the late 40s in LA as well. But I haven't played this since it originally released a few years ago, so I'm pretty excited. Interesting. So now all of a sudden we have the. I don't know what to do, because the other 3 times he just looked us dead in the eye, and then this time, but like if he was accusing me of taking something from that wallet, I would have been upset too. I'm not really interested in messing this up, but this is also the only time that he has not directly answered the question. Are we doubting here? Let's see. So the evidence we have the recipe for the live hog. That doesn't help. We have the wallet. It would also be a little shady to be like, oh, I was just randomly strolling around and I'm the black guy and just happened to be here. And oh, let me go through the wallet right quick before I call the cops.
Do you want the patrolman to hold you down while we turn out your pockets, Mr. Wilkie?
Maybe I checked inside that wallet. Not that I was gonna steal anything. Maybe I took a look. But there weren't no money in there. Not even change.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Wilkie.
All right.
Contact your employer if we need anything more from you.
If you have to, I guess. I can't really spend no more time over this.
Well, we got an intuition point,
Inform
folks.
the wife, Phelps. If you're done here, we'll head over there now.
At least we made it. But yeah, this game is Cole Phelps, the main character that we're playing, is he is a World War II veteran who's returned to LA and gotten a job. Was working as just a beat cop, and then got promoted.
Do we know where we're going?
Who was working as just a beat cop and then got promoted. Now he's a detective working traffic, and so we're on our first traffic case. Now, this I actually enjoy. It's one of my. I like being able to just jump over to the next part of the case. Though I also wish that there were opportunities to. And I can't remember, maybe there will be, but I would prefer to have the opportunity to drive to the location, but just not have to actually physically drive myself. Because when you go through and you skip situations like that, you miss the opportunity to have the dialogue between Phelps and whoever his partner is at the time. And there's a lot of really good writing that we end up missing. So, first traffic case seems intense, though. Yeah, of course, that would just be the luck, right? Like, oh, let's get put on the division, and now there's this car that's just like completely spattered in blood. So we still haven't found the body yet, but it's pretty safe to assume, since we found his glasses at the scene.
LAPD, Mrs. Black. May we come in? We have some bad news, and we'd rather discuss this in private.
I'm Margaret Black. We can discuss this in the living room. Please come in.
But we also have that receipt for a pig.
Your husband drives a blue Lincoln, Mrs. Black?
That's correct.
The car has been found abandoned, and I'm afraid there are signs of foul play.
I knew something was wrong when he didn't come home.
Oh, no.
We believe your husband may be injured. We found a pipe on the scene with blood on it.
Oh, no! My poor Adrian!
Would he have, like, made somebody that
mean anything to
upset?
You, yes, it does. We've just had a new water heater installed.
Whereabouts, Mrs. Black?
Just outside the kitchen window, at the side of the house.
I'd like you to try and stay calm and remember everything that you can about last night. My partner and I are going to take a look around.
Wow.
Ready? We're going to have some more questions
Like,
for you. Is that okay?
you're not gonna ask. You don't have a warrant.
Anything
You
to help
don't.
secure my husband's safety.
Yeah, because instinctively, my first response is like, I mean, even if you're trying to help me out, the idea that you're just gonna randomly rifle through my house makes me real uncomfortable. Hey, Blackback, glad you made it. And also, I think I saw a post recently about your students doing something really awesome. What was going on? Alienist Fontaine provides help to troubled vets. Mentally crippled soldiers find relief in clinical treatment.
Lie down, make yourself comfortable.
Okay, so now we've got...
So,
this gives us a full-on flashback.
Yes, Doctor.
he seems very concerned about you.
I have these visions. These blinding visions. I can't get them out of my head. My skull, it feels like it's in a
I
vice.
want to give you something to calm your nerves.
See, nothing about that music makes me feel like I should feel comfortable with this scene.
To remember the good things about your past. Occasions that made you laugh. Times that made you smile.
So I mean that's supposed to be the idea, and we are talking about, you know, this is specifically trying to find treatment for vets. So, you know, we're talking about potentially dealing with issues of post-traumatic stress. What if that didn't? Yeah, that's exactly right. Seems legit. Yeah, nothing about that seems legit.
So who brought this home?
Kavanaugh's Bar in Los Angeles.
Maybe Adrian was a patron. R&I should have an address.
Sweet. But yeah, yeah, right. She said yes. So yeah, I guess we don't have to worry about. Yeah, it just, yeah. If they were like, yeah, we'd like to take a look around, I'm like, I need paperwork. I need to know that other people know that you're here and this is what you're doing, because, yeah, that's how I feel about the police.
This was only recently installed.
It's a little rough, but.
Maybe it's time we took a look around outside.
All right, so we got a new water heater. The new automatic glass-lined gas water heater. New. Greater heating efficiency cuts your hot water costs. New. Triple inspection means trouble-free operation. New. Easier installation with all connections in rear. 20-gallon tank. Reserves 28.3 gallons per hour. Have hot water 24 hours a day. $82.50 at $8.50 down on something. Quick heated slaughter burner produces hotter flame, no popping or flashbacks. I'm guessing somebody else knows what they like, knows what that means. Insta heat is how they describe the mixtape. Oh, straight fire. And under $100. I missed my calling. Reading off corny 1940s pamphlets. That's my job, folks. Boo. I hope that tape and pilot light are both lit. Terrible. This is just going to be like, what was it last week when we had all those ice jokes and I just could not come up with any. So bad. Oxydol.
Not sure this means much.
Me either. What about this thing? It's just an iron, right?
Probably not.
Yeah, I'm starting to. I'm sympathizing, Paul, when you said Yeah, you know, we have to have a bunch of useless items that mean nothing to you because gameplay. It's not gameplay if you don't have random things that do nothing. I don't even know what I'm back here for. But I'm not going to burn another intuition point because I don't know how frequently I'll get those, and that makes me nervous. I'm that person who like plays first-person shooters and like only uses the gun that you came in with, even if you pick up other guns later on, because I'm like, well, what if I need that for the boss? I just never use it. It's really stupid and inefficient. Let's see. I look forward to subscribing to a channel where I'll finally have an emote for that. That would be great. The sunflower did it. Wait, there's a shovel? Where did I miss the shovel? Or someday having that on my channel. Yeah, that would be... Wait, for like lit? Right there by the hole. Yeah, I know that. It's a lot harder when you're playing it instead of just watching it, fam. Like, no, but I really don't know. I feel like I should be able to find this. Oh, yeah, there's a shovel here. It's not giving me any noise though, so I'm just gonna mess up their flowers and move on. Yeah, I couldn't see the pointing because time zones, but we really haven't found, like, okay, so we found the wait, oh, we can use the telephone to call in.
Operator, give me R&I.
Putting you through now.
Hey, can you imagine, like, he could have just looked this up on his cell phone, but instead you gotta like call somebody so that you can talk to somebody else.
Certainly, detective. One moment.
And like, how do you know that like the folks who work at the telephone line that are just like connecting this stuff, how do you know they're not just like listening to all the stuff you say?
Thanks for your help.
Please explain the phrase gameplay. So basically what we're talking about is the idea that, like, in order for, there are a lot of times where people, when they're developing a game, will basically create different mechanics or add things so that it feels like a game, but that it doesn't necessarily actually add to the, like, it doesn't benefit the experience of playing the game. So like every time we go through and we pick up a random shoe or whatever, like, how do you know if it's how does it feel like a puzzle if the only things that you can pick up are the right items? But it actually makes the gameplay inefficient. And so a lot of and I think, yeah, as Academical has kind of said, like, particularly a lot of AAA studios, so people that have a lot of budget and a lot of you know, very large projects like this one, will tend to add a bunch of extra unnecessary content so that it feels more like a game.
A used ticket to Seattle and a suitcase gone missing. Someone couldn't wait to get out of this house.
Wait, are we... Did dude fake his death? Is that where we're at right now? Because if so, he did a bad job leaving his receipt for his travel ticket right here in the cabinet. Like, that was not smart. In order to provide gameplay, they delete the experience. Yeah.
Separate bed.
And I was just about to call that out. I was just about to call that out. I was just like, you know, they... To my Adrian, lovesick and lonely without you. Hurry back, my darling.
This thing gets more and more interesting.
This ain't gonna be good. All right, and let's check a glasses case where we find that maybe the glasses are missing.
Must be Adrian's.
Go ahead, open them up. Stenzel. That's the same. Yep.
So the glasses are a match.
It's precisely the same brand. Yeah, and exploding a pig in the front seat. Yeah, I feel like we might be onto a fake death, folks. Oh, and there's another one of our Kavanaugh's matchbooks. This one's got more matches though. Yep. I mean, because really, like, if you were gonna get injured or whatever in the car, like, there, you couldn't get that much blood, like, everywhere. It was like, dude took, like, a giant, it wasn't even a paintbrush, he just, like, it's like, it exploded it. Because it's lit. Oh, matches joke. The puns in this channel are so real. Like, I applaud the punny nature of this channel.
We found a receipt in the trunk of your husband's car for a live pig. This receipt was made out to an F. Morgan.
A pig? Adrian runs a tool business.
Tool business?
That would be Frank Morgan. God knows what he's up to.
Oh, so do they co-op on it? That seemed honest to me.
What makes you say that about Morgan, ma'am?
He's the foreman at my husband's plant. A very shady character.
Hey, P-Flan, can you post that Discord link again if it's still up there? In case folks don't know, we now have an Intelligame Discord. So if you want to keep involved in conversation, help determine where content's going to go in the future, get up to date on, be the first to know when there's like new content on Intelligame or stuff happening around, you should definitely join. And also, it's a really cool way to just make a community with other folks who really care about games and the society that we play them in. So, voice chat while playing PUBG. I have never played PUBG, but I would try it. One of my favorite streamers, Llama Down Under, has been playing it. Also, Unseen also has a link too. If either of you could drop it in, no big deal. But yeah,
are you trying to find my husband?
You're right. I need to focus on your investigation. I apologize. All right.
Your husband frequents Kavanaugh's bar?
How did you know that? Adrian practically lives there after work.
I believe that.
So Adrian spends a lot of time there?
Up until recently. He's been away in Seattle a lot on business.
Cool.
Did your husband tell you where he was going last night?
Oh, are we about to get suspicious?
All he said was he was going to meet Frank for a drink.
No, that seems honest too. I don't think she's in on it.
So nothing out of the usual then?
Well, he came home early from work.
My guess is Morgan is his lover, and he's the reason they're in different rooms.
He went out early too.
That's real possible.
He never leaves for the bar till about 7.
Well, I mean, he's spending a whole lot of time at this bar too.
Tell us about the photo of Adrian in the bedroom.
What is there to tell? It's from his most recent business trip to Seattle.
Now, you are a terrible liar. That's real bad. Let's see. I want to see if I have some sort of proof in here that it's not from that trip to Seattle, or if I'm just going to say, let's see. Photograph of Adrian, message on reverse reads, "Hurry back, my darling Nicole." So, it can't be because she sent it to him, right? I hate that I keep pressing escape instead of I think I'm gonna try it.
There's plenty to tell. You just won't tell it. You're lying about the photograph, Mrs. Black.
You're incredibly rude and insensitive. But I guess you know that.
That's pretty true.
I've told you what I know about the picture.
That doesn't make sense, though.
What about Nicole?
There, the straight dope. We just got an achievement called the straight dope.
I've seen the photo frame. He thinks I'm stupid. But women sense these things.
I think people.
I don't know.
Well.
If he intended to leave me, or if it was just a fling. God only knows.
Oh, Nicole isn't her name. Yeah, I didn't catch that either. Yeah, Adrian Black.
Was your husband wearing his glasses when he left here yesterday?
Yes, he just bought a new pair.
Wait, then why are they all taped up? I think that's true.
Go on.
Yeah. Okay.
I kept telling him to throw those old ones away. He tried to repair them with tape. It looked terrible.
Well, that would explain why he bought a new pair, right? So that he could actually have glasses and leave his old glasses at the scene. Dude's not slick. Wait, we're not even gonna say anything like thank you for your time or we'll get to the bottom of this or whatever. We just like stand up and walk away. Man. And again, useless item. Oh no. Yeah. So you could say he's a pig. I feel like we should invoke some sort of pun points system. I don't know if that takes away from the serious, thought-provoking nature of Intelligame, but it'd be funny. Flower pot's so important. I don't know what you mean. Alright, so we're gonna head over to the bar. I don't... Nope. Okay. Whoops! Alright, well. Alright, here we go. Use evidence to prove a lie as an LAPD detective or investigator. Okay, so the first time that we... Basically, the first time that we use evidence to prove a lie outside of the tutorial was when it gave us the achievement. So I actually kind of like... I've always wanted... It sounds super weird, but I've always wanted to play a game like this where you're actually supposed to... Alright. Oh gosh. Oh dear. Oh gosh. Okay. We're on the way. I've always wanted to play a game where like you would have to adhere to traffic laws, which sounds super boring and probably would be. But the idea that it's just like, yeah, no, I just drive in and out of traffic. I drive against traffic. I do all this stuff. Like, what about a game where you would have to get to these different locations or whatever, but you shouldn't be speeding and you have to stop at red lights and like, actually, what? The Hall of Records. That was cool. But yeah, I think that would be interesting. It is hard to read while... It is so much harder to read... I mean, not that I would ever text and drive. But it's difficult to read chat and drive. Jokes would be references to Boondocks or Star Wars. Yeah, those are great jokes. There's nothing wrong with any of those. Either of those. Alright, are we gonna go up the... What's wrong, dude? Shoo bandits.
They're getting away.
What happened here, sir?
They took...
They had guns. Dirty louses took everything and then booked. They went that way, the stairs alongside the track.
Am I gonna have to shoot these guys too? Oh, here we go. Man, this would be tiring, running straight uphill trying to chase somebody down. Oh my, nope. See, already I've got the freaking gun out. Oh, all right. Oh, here we go.
Find some cover. Taking a run to the car. Stop it, Phelps. Stay down.
There we go. What? I shot out the tire. I did the responsible thing. Oh, well. I think you got lost while playing this the first time. I wouldn't doubt that. I feel there is a decent map to be able to navigate in the corner, but it's pretty easy to get lost in some of the like turns and tunnels. All right, so let's try it again. Shoo bandits.
What took you so long? They're getting away. What happened here, sir?
My fat thumbs hate.
They had guns. Dirty louses took everything.
Nah, thanks for posting that though, P-Flan. I appreciate it. And hopefully, yeah, folks, if you're interested, join that Discord. I worked hard on it this week. It's still a work in progress. There'll be some other things coming. And as I alluded to earlier on in the stream, there is it does give us a little bit of information for an upcoming piece of the Intelligame pie that I'm excited about. Oh wow, shot. Get out. Hey! Oh. Not enough. Now, if you had stolen those meaningless shoes from the first case, that would have been great for the guy. Or make him feel better with the flower pot. Yeah, that's what we do. Just, like, hold it up. They're like, we're going to shoot you. And they're like, but I got a flower pot. And they'd be like, oh. Well, never mind. Why would I do that? That's a very nice flower pot. So what I'm really trying for here is just I want to find a solution that does not involve shooting them. And I don't know if they're just I don't know if they're basically just saying like, okay, anytime that they shoot at you, you have to put them in body bags, or but it seems like they're giving me a pretty decent opportunity to like shoot out the tires and keep them from leaving. But I also can't mouse over. Get behind, thank you. Now see, I want to get out of cover.
Reinforcements are on the way. Cease and desist.
Suspects escaped. So what I'm trying to do is get out of cover quickly enough to like shoot out a second tire. I feel like if I shoot out 2 tires, we should be okay. This is not a double find game. Yeah, we already did clear Broken Age. Just let me skip this, please.
They had guns. Dirty louses took everything and then booked. They went that way, the stairs alongside the track.
Alright, so we're going to try this one more time. If this doesn't work this way, then I'm just going to go ahead and do it, even though I'm going to be a little upset about it. Yes, let's yell. Alright, so again, get out of cover. Okay. Dude just took off and left his friend behind. Alright, well, I guess we gotta do this the violent way. Whatever. Can't say I didn't try. Alright, we'll do this. To be fair, there are no friends in armed robbery. Police training video. Like, I just want to, again, I like the idea of being able to go through and solve these situations without having to kill the assailants. And I think perhaps part of what makes me upset about the way the mechanic has been developed is that it provides the illusion, I guess, that you should be able to take care of the situation without killing them. Like, what's the point of shooting out the tires? Because if I'm just supposed to, get out of cover, well, that's one way to do it. And now I'm just trying to wait out my meter. Take cover, dude. Alright. Yeah, this is definitely me cheating the system right now. Because I really also just didn't really want to shoot him. Alright, well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Car 11K. Shots fired. The suspect is down at 3rd and Hill. Code 4 here, but I need an ambulance.
11K, roger on the ambulance.
And I think one of the street crime complete. Yeah, for sure. Are forced to be a white cop against a black man. Yeah, it's just it doesn't feel great. And they don't give me, again, there is no opportunity to try and talk this situation down. And I don't know if this is supposed to be part of, again, I have a tendency to try and find the, like, well, what could be the justification for this? And I do think that it is more the idea that this game borrows heavily from Grand Theft Auto and the ways that it instills its players with power is to give them the same power fantasies that they would get in Grand Theft Auto, which is gunplay and which is gunplay, and driving erratically and whatnot, which is why I think the game really would have benefited essentially from saying, what does a game like this look like if we take out the lower left map? If we were to say that there was no lower left map and you had to make this game in a way that's not Grand Theft Auto, how would you design it? So we're just gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna take that case. I'm just gonna move on to the next main objective because I'm not feeling great. I'm feeling kind of similar to Black Bat right now. Also, the idea that, like, Cole Phelps has pulled out his gun and murdered, has killed folks on multiple occasions now, but haven't been like, hey, you should take some time off. We should bench you for a little bit so you can figure out why you keep pulling out your gun all the time. Oh shit.
Try making it to the next intersection without killing anybody. Can you do that for me?
Sorry. I'd like to give you my license and registration. Can I drive this? No, not that. I want to drive this. Oh, okay, never mind. Let's see. Off-topic question: how's the layout of progression of a game design? Could they have had less knickknacks to pick up and more game paths or possibilities for given situations? The more providing use of brain power and less firepower. No, that's exactly that was exactly my point, Ma. I think that there are some really they make some really interesting opportunities with the idea of being able to do these investigations and deal with, you know, people individually, but I just don't feel I feel like it essentially dilutes the experience of actually pulling out a gun. I was really surprised when you finish the first street crime case. He stops and says, you know, you could see that there's this kind of like pensiveness between him and his partner as they see the body being carted into the ambulance. But the thing is, like, there are 40 street crimes, and if even 20 of those street crimes result with what will probably be the same cutscene of just watching somebody be wheeled with a sheet over their head into an ambulance, like, how is that effective? How does that convey the idea that there's supposed to be some sort of gravity or weight or disappointment in killing a person?
He's a loner in the back.
All right, we're interviewing Frank Morgan. I'd like to give you my license and registration, and can I drive? That's pretty much how I wanted to drive it, though. That would have been awesome.
Cole Phelps, LAPD. I understand you're a friend of Adrian Black.
I also understand you sell pigs.
I know. Are you aware that he's missing?
No, I hadn't heard that. Tough break.
Yeah, I don't like you, dude.
We found Black's car abandoned in a freight depot, covered in blood. You know anything about that, Morgan?
Hell no. I'm sorry to hear that. I like Adrian. He's a good boss.
You're a terrible liar. At least, I mean, at least we've got it confirmed that he's a liar. So the question is, how do we know that he knows? How'd you hear all that? He said, "I know you," and the fast reply was, "No, you don't. These are not the droids you're looking for." Frank, we know about your affair with Adrian. Let's see. Wallet belonging to Adrian Black, which is the wife. Train ticket, the receipt to Seattle, Insta-Heat water heater, the Kavanaugh's matchbook, the glasses that were found near the vehicle, recipe for a live hog signed by Frank Morgan. And who are we interviewing right now? Frank Morgan. Yeah. Frank Nicole Morgan. All right, so.
You're lying, Morgan. You were there.
And you're talking out your ass, detective. How about you prove I was out at that rail yard?
You were there, Morgan.
There we go.
We found a receipt in the trunk of the car. It has your name on it. We can call the slaughter yard and nail you on it.
All right already. That fool Adrian's falling for some dame in Seattle.
He's just jealous.
Wanted me to make it look like he'd been attacked.
You can't dump the blood of an entire friggin' pig in the car and... Wow.
Where exactly is Black holed up?
No idea. I think he took off for Seattle.
Bro, you're so bad. Your lying is the worst. All right, so we've got a train ticket here with receipt, Los Angeles to Seattle. I mean, but that seems planted too, right? Don't forget to include a pattern for hush puppies. Okay, so here's the thing. I feel like if we left the receipt to Seattle. And I'm not trying to challenge it, like, there's a suitcase missing. There's a train ticket to Seattle.
I'm tired of your shtick, Morgan. Spill it, or we take you out in the alley and we knock it out of you.
This is messed
At my
up.
place. He's waiting for some money to come through before he blows town.
An address?
It's an apartment house at the corner of Temple and Figueroa. Apartment number 2.
Get wrecked.
I think that's all. Thanks for your help, Morgan. We appreciate it.
Hey, I'm just glad I could help. I love cops.
Cuff him, let him go. It's up to you, Phelps. There's no way I'm writing this idiot up.
Yeah, I think you got arrested, bro. Cause
Morgan's address? Let's get over to his apartment.
I mean, that's like,
When the hell's the food gonna arrive already?
that's like, just you're like, yeah, I'm gonna help you fake your death so that you can. When cops are all involved, I have to sit here and like chase people around and stuff. No, you don't get away with that. Plus, you're just kind of a jerk. Oh, never mind. Please go forward. All right.
I've met some pretty good liars in my time. People who sound convincing because they actually believe their own bullshit. Huh. Type is clever. Hard to catch out.
Frank Morgan is not one of those people.
No, he is not.
Nope. Garbage liar.
11K, go ahead.
Yup. Might be, oh, I don't know, a pig. Yup. There we go.
Roger, KGPL. Kind of reel this guy in.
These roads are narrow. So it does look like when we're using the horn, at least cars don't enter the intersection. So they don't pull over, like what would make sense. But at least they're not, oh, I want this hill. Oh, never mind. I didn't go fast enough. So they don't pull over like would make life easier. But they at least aren't driving through intersections and, oh. This is a one-way street, and I effed that up. Okay. Sorry, folks. We're just gonna do this. It's okay. We'll bill you. Are the checks in the mail? Thank you. All right, there we go. Yep. We're just gonna stop here. That's fine. All right, yeah, we need to just walk. We obviously cannot handle a car. How would you know? You don't know me. I see it like in a. I don't even know what you're talking about. All right. 7:42, folks. I think we're gonna get through this part in the case, and then I'm gonna take a quick break. Oh, mailbox, so we can figure out the numbers. Well, he already told us it was apartment 2. The last dude was at apartment 2 as well. How am I supposed to know the day's specials after you knocked over that sign? Yeah, and actually, I was just thinking that. Like, what neighborhood must we be in where there are a bunch of black people here? This is supposed to be near Temple and Figueroa. But I don't know. I don't know if there's like a particular composition to this neighborhood or a background. But I would love to know, like, what are those people doing? What's their story?
You gentlemen? LAPD detectives, Mr. Black. You're under arrest.
Bro, you're not running. You know you're not.
I'm really sorry about this. I never tried to hurt anyone. I just needed to get away from LA.
You could do that.
I won't put up a struggle. Just let me get my things.
No. Come on.
I knew it! Phelps, go after him. I'll try and head him off in the car. Remember, the gun is the last resort.
Oh. Hello, this is David from State Farm. Where is this dude? Oh, F. Where did you go? And can you imagine if you had to do all this and like you have to like wear suits and stuff while you're doing all this too?
Why not just come clean with her, Black? Why the melodrama?
I thought it would be easier.
No, it just got a whole lot harder. Adrian Black, you're under arrest for conspiracy and fraud. We'll see what the DA has to say about wasting police resources on a wild goose chase like this.
You're gonna lose your wife, lose your job, and probably end up in the big house. I hope she was worth it, Adrian.
Crime doesn't pay.
That turned out to be quite some case.
Gun is the last resort. You a lie.
You got an arrest and a clearance in your first case, and in fine style too.
It's so true.
Well done, detective.
Yeah, but that dude did
Efficient
move fast.
technique, good public presence. You keep that up, and you learn from Bukowski here. You could go a long way in this department.
All right. The third degree, we just got an achievement. Driver's seat, case report. We got 12 out of 14 clues. Did $902 of vehicle damage and $48 of damage to the city. Adrian Black can look forward to his day in court and a beating from the LA press. We didn't do any injuries though, except for the perps that we killed on the street, but well, if we got 4 stars. We're distinguished. Frank Nicole Morgan will never forget how bad he was at lying. All right, so I'm going to take like just a quick restroom break, and I'll be right back. Where's my
I was thinking about the music
なんか匂わない？ほら、うまそうな匂いがする。
あら、ほんとね。
案外まだやってるのかもしれないよ、ここ。
千尋、早くしなさい。待って。
やめろ！
Yeah, don't go telling stories about me while I'm gone. uh, um, wait, what is that? Oh, nice. That's awesome. So the LA Noire soundtrack, if anybody's interested, there is a YouTube link that P. Flan just posted in the chat. So that's cool. All right, folks, let us continue forward. It is what time? 7:54. So we've got just about an hour, just over an hour left for the stream. I don't think we're going to get through the second case, but we'll at least make a little bit of headway through it. Yeah, we'll see where we get.
Okay, we're gonna keep this short. I'm already late for the DA. First up, Phelps, Bukowski. We got a report of a brand new Packard abandoned in an empty lot off 2nd Street between Olive and Grand. DR is one Oswald Jacobs says the vehicle was dumped in his backyard. There's a patrolman on site. Get down there and see what you can turn up. Any questions? Good. Get going.
Well, all right. This doesn't seem right.
Still earn our pathetic wages.
Hmm.
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
We've got a scene, a dumped car, and a witness. Let's get there.
Rimsky, O'Halloran. Intelligence has information on a stolen car racket.
An abandoned vehicle. You catch all the good ones, huh, Phelps?
Great cases.
Sounds like there's more to it than that. Nobody dumps a shiny new Packard unless they borrowed it without asking.
Oh, as if a Packard is an actual car?
You're on fire today.
So this is all before the prologue case, right? I think the prologue case, he was not a detective yet. So I think this is all going chronologically so far. I want to take a different car. Excuse me, sir. I'm gonna need this.
Police emergency, out of the car. You can't do this.
Well, that's actually not true, because I just did. Was there somebody in the back?
You hear about
okay.
Adrian? Broad in Seattle threw him out. Wife says she's gonna take him back.
So I think the other interesting thing is that we will not have a horn.
Talking about Adrian.
But again, you notice that
Margaret should show some pride.
ooh. Yeah, that wasn't intelligent on my part. Because I also have no siren now. I just have a horn. So, uh-oh. Yep, that's just gonna roll backwards. Alright. So, you saw that when we got in the taxi, it said like 3 of 85 cars or whatever. So they're already providing us an incentive, again, to work outside of the bounds of what would actually be appropriate for the story. Why would I, as a police officer... Ooh, that was almost terrible. Why would I, as a police officer, have any reason to go around taking a bunch of different cars? Like, it is something that provides a gameplay experience. It's done in the name of gameplay, but not in the name of the story.
Cars down the alleyway, detectives.
I mean, for me, like, if you made this game a 10, 12-hour game, and that was it,
We got a call about an abandoned
what's wrong with
Yes,
that?
sir. The car has flags. Might be some kind of diplomatic vehicle.
Has anyone touched this vehicle since you arrived?
No. And that Jacobs bird over there was on station before I got here.
We'll talk with him in a moment. Give us some time to look the place over.
Ran them.
He's a sore-headed old son of a bitch.
Baby's Kids is such a good movie. The wife took him back. Okay, because like, yeah, exactly. What were her options? Like, it also is interesting to kind of like, again, make this trip back in time, right? Of course, a number of people still have the same biases and nonsense today. So, registration fee was $15. Okay, so we had some information there. Looks like it's missing one of its flags, so it must have taken some front end damage. No front plate. They put it up on a brick.
Stealing the wheels is for amateurs. Car ring would have stripped it in a warehouse.
Wow. Let's see, the Sherlock game I played just did that, and it was awesome. It's a good movie, but of course not a good SNES game. Yeah, no, the movie was great. The game was garbage. Yeah, that Baby's Kids movie or game should have never happened. That was a very poor cash-in attempt. Which Sherlock game did you play? Was it Crimes and Punishments or Devil's Daughter? I'm actually a really big fan of the Sherlock series. Traditionally, I've played a lot of the older ones for review. They stole one tire and there's no body in the boot. In the boot. We live in America, ma. Yeah, there was a Bebe's Kids game for the Super Nintendo. It was a platformer, so kind of like
Last night, I was looking out of my
like a Mario game,
I like to
but
keep an eye on what's going on.
so
I can
bad.
understand that. You see this empty lot? Damn kids play stickball here. Always breaking my windows. Always asking for their ball back. Back to the car, Mr. Jacobs.
Right.
Don't be impatient, Sonny.
Dang,
Anyway,
put you in your
last
place.
night I see this brand spanking new Packard up on bricks.
Did you see who stole the Packard?
Hell yes, I did. I saw
Oh,
3
God.
goddamn Mexicans going to work on it.
Wow. Is there not some way that I can just like be like, I doubt you're a decent person? Can I do that one?
Can you tell us what they were doing?
Using the headlights of an old Ford so they could strip the thing. I yelled out to them, I'll call the cops. So they loaded up their car and drove off, tooting and hollering and yelling obscenities at me in Mexican.
You speak Spanish, sir?
No, I do not.
Then how do you know it was Mexican? Maybe it. It was considered one of the worst games until Superman 64 came out. Yeah, Superman 64 was absolute trash.
After the Mexicans left, you didn't go anywhere near the car?
After I scared them off? No, I didn't go anywhere near that car.
Really? I don't think I got any clues that the license plates are missing. I don't know that the license plates being missing is enough. I know that he didn't do it, or I know that he did something.
You went out to the car.
All right.
Once they were gone, you had to take a look for yourself.
I was curious. Ain't no law against that. So what if I took a look around that car? You can't be accusing me of nothing.
Those facial graphics are absolutely fantastic. They are a hallmark of this game. And I feel like now that I'm seeing it, I'm trying to think of other games that I feel like have been as expressive, and I can't think of much. Like it's shocking how detailed the facial expressions are here. Wait, did it say the registration was to an Argentinian? Yeah, I mean it's like an Argentinian embassy car, but we don't know who stripped it.
Tell me about the car they were driving.
It was an old Ford. I didn't catch the license number.
You look like the kind of guy who notices details.
You're right there. The car was old, but it looked brand new. Candy apple red paint job stands out a mile.
Wow, I didn't actually I didn't think about that. Academical. Like, yeah, that is, without being able to anticipate, or without being able to, there are some vocal cues that are giving pieces away, but it very much, the entire system is designed to be giving away the cues via facial expressions. So if you are like on the spectrum and are not able to interpret those facial features or those facial expressions, that would be really really difficult. Wow, that's an interesting point. I hadn't thought about that.
God help us all.
What a douche.
What exactly did you see them take?
They was working on the tires. That's all that was took.
That's not right.
Why did you take the license plate?
Me? Well, what I do with license plates? You saying I have them?
See, so that's kind of weird. Like, how am I supposed to prove that he has them? I can prove that they're missing.
Scratching around in that book won't prove nothing. You should show me some respect.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Jacobs. You can speak to Officer Thibault about signing a formal statement.
Whoops.
when you get the car out of the way, if you could come back and do something about those kids.
How about we bring you an umpire's mask?
All right, well, we got one wrong, folks.
When we walked up. Curious what he didn't want us to see.
Let's see what's in here, shall we? Juan Francisco Valdez. John Madsen, Henry
So we have the
Grove.
owner of the vehicle, a degenerate. I'll run John Madsen by R&I.
How do we know that John Madsen owns the car? Teddy Hopper, Full Lips. Ben Brown, Gentle Boy. Stanley Mercer, Lovely Speaking Voice. I don't know what this is a list of, but they're all guys.
Contact details on a William Dewey. This looks like business rather than pleasure.
Angelic features, but feisty. Yep, this is... That's about to take a turn, folks. Yep, this is a hooker book. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is about to get press to use a game well. That's what they. I did not realize that was what they were called.
Phelps,
Hide your kids, Jacobs.
Put me through to Michigan 58, please.
Hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husbands.
LAPD, ma'am. Can I speak to John Madsen, please?
He's at school, officer. What's this about? Is he in trouble?
It's about to get messed up, folks.
How old is your boy, ma'am?
Just turned 16.
What?
Wrong person, Mrs. Madsen. Sorry to disturb you. Any messages?
There's just one message for you, Detective. A four-door Packard, diplomatic license number Paul Robert 706, was reported missing this morning by Juan Francisco Valdez.
Could you have him brought in?
He's over here at Central, Detective. He's demanding an audience, as he calls it.
Okay. So this is about to... I don't know where this is about to go.
Can you get a message to Captain Leary? Tell him we'll be in as soon as we can. Thanks.
Well, I mean, what does that matter? What is you telling him you're going to be in as soon as you can? Like, whatever. It's like you're going to get there when you get there anyway. Now, I'm guessing I'm not going to be able to drive this car. It is up on a brake. Nope. All right. In light of today's headlines, I'm scared of them inquiring about a minor. I can totally admit, like, I have made a conscious effort to not consume national news. So if I don't know what happened. Was that Valdez's book or Jacob's? Valdez's name was on it. Let's check. What was the minor investigation? Let's see, clues. Yeah, it's Valdez's notebook. Monogram notebook listing male liaison's phone number for William Dewey. That's Rockford News? Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Big yellow taxi. There are a lot of taxis over here. See, and we've got some people of color here too. Right? So why are they all just like random bystander characters? Why can I not interact with them? Oh wow, that's an awkward conflict. It was the notebook of note borrowed from the city library. Hell no. Like, this is about to get real backwards real fast, folks. All right, let's go to CPD or Central. Yeah, no, I just meant about porn and child porn in general. Yeah, none of those things are good. Though it's a little. Oh God, that's a brick wall. We just died, folks.
You kidding me? This is barely even police work. Of all the bad guys in this city, we get lumped with the ones who can't even be bothered to keep what they
We're gonna leave this car here. Get out of the car, dude. We're taking another car. I don't want that in my history. You there. You with the car. Give me your car. Okay, and let's see if the other dude shows up. Right? Oh, now he's moving. Well, because I have never driven this car before and I have to add it to my count of 95 cars. Obviously. Get out of here. You know what? I am the arm of the law. Alright, here we go. This car is garbage. It's a terrible car and I deserve it because I made a terrible decision. Whatever. Yeah, not gonna be tracking down any car chases in this one. There we go.
Francisco Valdez in for question. Sure do, Phelps. Your bird's an interview too.
Let's see. He's still after a brick wall. Like,
Not to touch anything. Can you beat that?
Sounds like we don't want to keep this guy waiting.
could you not get a Corvette? I wish, but I just took what was available to me. Lowest key. Like, I'm just working with what I have. Can't fault me for that. Nope.
I can tell you're lying. Your lips are moving.
Ooh.
I think he's a bit of a gangster, but he treats me nice.
That's cold. It's like, I can tell you're lying. You're talking.
Someone ought to take him home. He's loaded.
Alright, so where are we going? Is this the one? Here we go.
About time. Are you the senior officer I requested?
I'm Detective Phelps, and this is Detective Bukowski.
Have you any idea how long I've been waiting to speak with you?
I don't care. I didn't ask.
And you keep me here like a common criminal.
All right, friend. Let's take a deep breath and start all over again.
Mr. Valdez.
Consul General. I insist on my full title.
Where did you purchase the car?
My secretary and driver arranged the purchase. A disreputable place, Dewey Brothers by name. As soon as I can have it arranged, I will have my Hispano Suiza brought up from Buenos Aires.
See, that looks suspect. All he's missing is a Cuban cigar. Yeah, like, how do we... Packard reported stripped and dumped and empty in lot. Registration slip says it's registered to the Argentinian consulate. Missing wheel. Witness reports old Ford driven by Hispanic I don't know if there's anything on this registration slip that technically tells us that he's lying. Let's check the notes. Where did you purchase the car? My secretary and driver arranged the purchase. A disreputable place. Dewey Brothers. As soon as I can have it, I will have my other car brought up. New location. Have to trace the address for Dewey Brothers. I don't know. I don't feel like the registration... Let's use an intuition point and ask the community. That was my gut.
Bought a Packard, Valdez? A snob like you doesn't drive an American car. I want answers or I'll smack you around the teeth.
I don't feel like that's true, dude.
William Dewey offered me a substantial bribe to make a purchase at his establishment.
it's really frustrating to see that every time doubt is used, it's like, either tell me what you actually know or I'm going to physically harm you. Like, why does Cole lack the ability to be like, these are the reasons why you would get in trouble if you were freaking lying to the cops?
Can you tell us how it was stolen?
It must have been stolen from the consular garage. Terribly inconvenient, of course. I want the perpetrator soundly flogged.
Unfortunately, we don't do that here, Your Worship.
Yeah, see? So it's like for a second there, he was looking us dead in the eye, and now all of a sudden we've got just this little winks. This is not accurate. License plates are missing. The wheel is missing. Driven from the scene by Hispanic suspects. What could we use? How was your car stolen? It must have been stolen from the consular garage. Cole the Law is like the alternate graphics setting. Like, I mean, I think we could ask, I don't know if we can ask where the plates are. We're trying to figure out how to, I guess we could doubt again, but it seems weird that they would have us doubt twice. All right, well, never mind.
Who stole the car? Don't you, Consul General? Are you going to tell me, or do I shake it out of you?
See? There's nothing that you can do aside from...
You have a name for this kid?
Gabriel, like the archangel. I have no surname.
Okay, well,
So tell us about
association.
this kid, Gabriel.
I think this is where the book...
Run in with him?
Oh,
A presumptuous young man who did not know his place. He presumed to ask me questions.
We do a lot of presuming here in the United States, Consul General. It comes with the turf.
I wish, see, it's just like this notebook. I don't remember Gabrielle being a name in here. But I don't feel like that's true. I'm gonna try it.
You fuck young boys, Valdez.
Jeez!
This will cause an international incident.
That was... Wow.
Danny, Ben, Miguel,
That was... Super shots fired. Wow.
I'm sure we can come to some arrangement.
Gabriel, spill it.
A beautiful but impertinent boy. I mentioned rendezvous and the young man went quite insane. I thought he was going to kill me. I was prepared to pay.
We'll be in touch, Consul General. We can't roust every Packard dealer in the city, Phelps. See if we can get an address.
I'm sorry. I'm still shocked. Like, that was not. Also, not great in terms of representation. Because I believe that would be then our first officially queer character, and of course he's a. I mean, there's a pretty storied history of using queer characters
Operator,
as
give me dispatch.
pretty bad sexual stereotypes, but.
Putting you through now.
I need an address on a Dewey Brothers Packard dealership.
One moment, detective.
And I'm also still a little shocked at just the delivery of that question. That was unexpected, folks. Well, okay. Who is saying that? Who is she?
Finished with Valdez.
Thank God. I'll get rid of him in a couple of hours.
Okay. Let's find another car. If this game had a face. All right. We've already been here. Let's see. Whoops. Come on. No. That one. Okay. I was like, what is it I'm trying to do? All right, so we need to go to the dealership. And yeah, I don't know. There are some... I mean, it's not safe to assume that just because a game is developed by a AAA studio that they're... In fact, it may be safer to assume that a game, when it's delivered or when it's developed by a AAA studio, is going to be more likely to make a lot of the to make these issues.
It's just very industrious of him to be so involved in matters of consular transportation.
All right, you're making it worse now. I think what you're trying to say is that lover boy in there is as full of crap as a Christmas goose.
That as well.
Predominantly because, or in no small part due to the idea that many AAA studios are still, nope, I'm not taking it. Because many AAA that was better than it could have been. There we go. Many AAA studios are still staffed by predominantly white, predominantly male, predominantly straight folks. So like a lot of the nuance or a lot of the ways that people in various particularly people from marginalized backgrounds are not going to be very accurately portrayed, or portrayed, are more likely to be portrayed in ways that call up stereotypes. So like that's why I was just like, really, do we have to have the one black character that we've interacted with? Because the first black character that we had got put in a body bag, and then the second one was the dude who's like, I hadn't seen nothing, officer, but then of course he went through the wallet. Like,
caught sight of the new model 4-door and couldn't help yourself. You could see yourself in that car and just had to take a closer look. Well, I can't say as I blame you.
LAPD, Mac. We'd like to speak with the owner.
That's me, William Dewey, proprietor at
but yeah, it's frustrating then, especially if they're just going to use that character as kind of just a throwaway character. What was even the, and I guess maybe it'll show up later, but what was even the point of having that, of having that? Like, what was the reasoning for having this, supposed scandal of him, listing off all these male lovers or whatever? It doesn't seem like it really adds anything to...
All I know is he must know a quality car when he sees one.
Is that your stoic face? Yeah, because now you can have equal child sexual abuse thanks to the later mission. I don't remember the later mission that would call that into, but It's just not a great look. Can you be a little more specific? I like how we're supposed to believe these sketches actually happen on this spot. Like, you're in the wrong field. Yeah. Oh, I forgot about the film studio mission. Yeah, that'll come up later, and that's not great. And I guess maybe that's part of the whole dealing with like LA and Tinseltown and whatever, but I don't know. Do we? Okay. Shoot.
Valdez was just driving by and he saw the car.
Why didn't I doubt?
Yeah, something like that. Happens all the time.
That's not true. You
You have someone working here by the name of Gabriel, by any chance?
Yeah, he used to work here. I had to let him go.
Yeah. Okay, so do we have any evidence? That Gabriel alleged bribery, testifies to accepting bribes during transactions with William Dewey. I could have used that as my lie. Oh well.
I think this Gabriel guy stole the car and that he works for you. But I can stop being interested in him and get very interested in you, Dewey.
See, that didn't involve punching anybody in the teeth.
Gabriel Delgado. He works here, the stupid son of a bitch. He's an illegal. The kid's been in trouble before, but he swore to me he left all that behind. He was okay until Valdez said something to him, and then he blew up. I thought the kid was gonna kill him.
Okay.
Where can we find Delgado?
I don't know. Sure as hell isn't here.
I can get very interested in you. I ship it. Wait, I totally missed the dialogue. What? Really, dude?
Address, Dewey, or my partner shoves her head.
Oh, see, there we go. There we go.
Apartment 3103 Hill Street. And tell him from me, if he ever shows his face around here again, I'm gonna kick his butt from here to Kingdom Come.
It's like he cannot get through an investigation without threatening violence.
No problem. God damn that kid. I'm just an honest car salesman.
That's...
Seems like you just don't know who you can trust these days.
Wow.
Going to movies, Dewey. You're missing your calling.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a nasty yeah, well, thank you for that, Mom. Like, there's only so much I can take at one time. Let's see. That's a cop car. Alright, let's figure out where we're heading next, shall we? Last known address of Gabriel Delgado. I should have just had him drive. Come on. See, I can't signal. If I could signal, this would be a whole lot easier. Alright, we're just going to cut through this little alley thing right here. This isn't... This doesn't look like it was made for driving.
You read the story in the
Oh!
about the Navy developing three-dimensional movies? What's a dimension? You know, like a graph. Vertical axis is Y and horizontal is X. Well, that's clear as mud. Third dimension would be Z. So things would be popping out of the screen. That's ridiculous. Scare people out of the theater. God's name would want that. I don't know. People scoffed at the idea of talking in color, and look what we have now.
You know, and there is an element to Cole where, I mean, they're definitely writing him up as like, and I don't know if it's just this particular partner, but he seems to pull the intellectual high ground where he's just smarter and better and whatever. Which seems to be sort of that like white male savior thing, except like again we'll end up seeing again, knowing that this is a Rockstar game, our protagonists do not tend to stay good. we already have seen a pretty significant amount of not good in this protagonist, so. Alright, so we're gonna try and go this way. Whoa. Alright. Come on, dude. Your accelerator is on the right. Use it. No, 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 no. Okay. Let's see. Are we there? Or wait, it's upstairs. Well, this is totally how people park, right? I'm investing in a guy who knows what happened ring. Better talk about 3D movies. I think this is the place. Dude runs out of energy really quickly when you're not like actively involved in a chase.
Okay, let's see what Gabriel has to say for himself.
I just hope our archangel hasn't already flown.
Okay.
Drove me up to Mulholland and we did some-
What the hell is this guy doing?
Really, dude? That was shady. But I guess, yeah, it would look a little weird. It's like, let me bolt up these stairs. Like, why? Apartment 3.
Apartment 3.
That was a very conveniently placed mail. Since there's no mailbox, oh man, that's variety, folks. This is a gold door.
Where do you see a number 3 marked on that door?
Oh, I just want to go in anyway. Just whatever. Boo, Angel Blood. Oh, that's a good point. Flew the coop. That's bad. Also, like, why can't you just like knock on doors, dude?
Yet. LAPD, man.
Smokey, quit slamming my goddamn door like you the police.
We're from the police. Policia. You understand?
Why do you have to be racist?
Would you come inside?
What is your name?
Ana Rodriguez.
Is Gabriel Delgado here, Ms. Rodriguez?
No. What do you want with Gabriel? Is he in trouble?
Stay where you are, Ms. Rodriguez. We need to take a look around.
But
again.
He is not here. I have told you.
Check out the surrounds. I'll stay with the broad.
What? Why the...
So how far along are you, Anna?
That's like legit. Just like every time that they encounter a person of color, the entire.
So how's it gonna be when you go into labor and he's not around?
Oh my gosh.
You are wrong about Gabriel. He will be a good father. Already he works hard to provide for us.
Unless you help us here, Anna, your little one won't be seeing Papa for a very long time.
God. Yeah, where is the warrant?
Suspect vehicle from the scene. Certainly Gabriel's pride and joy.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like there's a place for a front license plate on this car. Seriously, she's just like, no, he's gonna take a look around. Like, you don't live here. Oh, I thought that comic was there too. It was a baseball comic.
I don't think so.
And all he has to say is Child Protective Services. Yeah, and it'll be straight out of an episode of Law and Order.
Seems irrelevant.
I'm literally not rooting for your character at all, and it took until now to realize it. That's interesting, because I don't think that I think the first time I played it, I don't know how long it took me to realize that, like, my character is terrible.
Nothing significant.
LA cops were notoriously racist, which is what the LA riots were all about. Oh, hey, good to see you, Dad. And yeah, like, this is back in the 1940s, but it's just like, it's pretty obvious that these things are institutionalized. 2 meals?
Serving breakfast for 2, Anna? You should have cleared up.
Like, how you just gonna have somebody just randomly walk around? This is ridiculous. And what's I think really frustrating about it is that by the time you spend so long playing the protagonist and being rewarded for being terrible, it's the reason that I have trouble watching House of Cards. I'm just like, I don't I am not rooting for any of the characters who are active right now.
Let's head back to the empty lot.
All right, motive for auto theft.
Why did he steal the car, Anna?
The customer insulted him. He has his honor, no?
I don't feel like that's all though.
Gabriel's
Whoops.
been in trouble before. He left you here alone to answer for him, and you expect me to believe that his motive was honor?
Please don't yell at me. I've done nothing wrong.
All right, well, we screwed that up. And that was our only lead, so...
I can tell you are lying. Your lips are moving.
Where did that line come from? All right, well, hopefully we'll have to see if we can even continue on. Oh, I screwed that one up. Okay, wait, there's supposed to be clues out here? Really? Alright, whatever. I'm gonna use one. We've got the points. We may as well use them. That's weird. Like, where are they trying to get me to go? Oh, I can open that door. Shoot. Which leads us out here. Cole needs to get together with Phoenix Wright and learn how to press. Objection. Well, we got some Packard wheels.
Looks like Valdez gets his wheel back.
What's the other one? And license plates. PR 706.
Automatic license plates.
Yep. Well, now that I have successfully screwed up the investigation, because I'm thinking they're not going to let me go back in and ask that same line of questioning now that I've got new information, we may just be out of luck.
You're in serious trouble, Miss Rodriguez.
But Gabriel is not here. I have done nothing wrong.
Tell us the truth, Anna. Has Gabriel been here?
Okay.
I haven't seen him for at least 3 nights.
Oh, because that makes sense. So let's make sure that we have the, breakfast plates.
You keep lying to me, and I'll send you and your baby to jail.
He lives here, but he hasn't come home.
Who threatens to send a baby to jail?
Enough, Anna. There are signs all over this place that he's been back.
It's back when America was great. Rules of evidence don't apply. It hurts. It hurts so much.
He went out to his shed said and put some things in it. I don't know what, and I don't want to know. I love him.
Okay, so the plates.
We found a license plate matching our stolen vehicle in the shed. Add in the assortment of parts, and we can make Gabriel for a
That baby's got kids to feed. Yeah, maybe if this were a DC Noire from that Chappelle stand-up.
Car parts.
Okay, wait a second. Okay, so obviously you're lying. I'm being challenged. I can tell. What was the dialogue? We found a license plate and then the assortment of parts, and we can make Gabriel for a dozen of them thefts. You must ask these questions of Gabriel. I know nothing of these car parts. I don't think I've got any proof that would say she knew, but it doesn't make any sense that he'd stay there and...
Then tell us where he is.
Yeah.
If your baby is born in prison, Anna, the corrections officers will take it from you. You will see your son or daughter through a metal grate for half an hour a week.
The start line is on 1st and Santa Fe. There is a spillway under the bridge that leads to the river. Many policia have wrecked trying to follow him.
Oh, so now we have a car chase mission.
We will put in a good word for you, Anna. As far as we're concerned, this sits with Gabriel.
Start line.
Great.
That sounds like a street race to me. It's gotten out of hand this last week. No wonder Delgado has such an eye for fine art.
All right, so I guess we're gonna do some driving.
It is. Let's go stop these clowns and get them off the streets.
Friggin' Fast and the Furious 1940s edition. Meanwhile, up here, several police departments just openly announced that they're... Yeah, doubt was the right call, P. Flan. Several police departments openly announced that they're going to be integrating reforms developed in the U.S. to help them ignore less cases and serve their communities with more accountability. If only. Somebody was telling me, actually, that there were a number of, like... had something to do with school systems, ways that school systems were developed that were supposed to have been used, piloted in the U.S., and that Venezuela is now... that's a brick wall. We're not driving into it. Now they're using those... That's another brick wall.
Pregnant girlfriends aren't always a barrel of laughs. Everyone needs to let off a little steam.
Really, dude?
Wouldn't come back home at all.
That's your...
Quick as we shut one of these races down, another
like,
one up somewhere else.
that's your answer? Is like, hey man, like, his life's hard. Like, don't judge him. He just needs to blow off some steam.
You're calling them out. I've
Yeah.
had enough of those to last me a lifetime.
Yeah. I don't remember what my... There we go. Yeah, there's I'm now getting a lot more... I'm wondering if I got so much signaling about how terrible a person Cole is. It's just like constantly everything about him is just... Yeah, you know, who goes off and joyrides in these cars while they've got a woman at home pregnant? You're like, hey, well, sometimes you gotta blow off some steam. Like, dude, you could get yourself killed. Like, all right. But no, I mean, it's just natural. Like, I mean, it's not like he was just like... The only thing was like, yeah, I'm out in the... Never mind. I'm not making any points that are haven't already been made. I'm just upset. I'm also upset that I have to play him as a character right now. Like,
There's the red Ford. That's Delgado right there.
here we go.
Quick! They're getting away! Phelps, 1247.
requesting assistance at First and Santa Fe. Reports of an illegal street race.
That sounds bad. Really? Come on, get off me, dude.
Getting away.
Oh, what?
Gonna lose him.
Wow, dude. You guys really care. See, that guy just died. Oh, no, no!
Delgado is our boy. Forget the others. Lay into his wheel.
Yeah, dude needs to be in jail bad.
Step on it, Phelps. Take him out.
Enough games, Phelps. Take this guy out.
God damn it, Cole. Hold it steady.
What do you want, fam? Really? Oh, come on.
Gabriel Delgado, you're under arrest for Grand Theft Auto.
Wow. Have you ever seen the movie Devil in a Blue Dress? I haven't seen it.
Now who's the man? I should have burned his fucking car.
Name drop.
We got a foreign
Yeah.
dignitary outed as a fruit and a kitty.
Come on.
Dealer we're gonna let slide for the kickbacks, and a street punk car thief who sure as hell won't be taking liberties with other people's autos again anytime soon. That, Detective Phelps, is not a bad haul. Keep your chin low and your hands high. You keep bringing me clearances just like that. That's textbook policing, and we need more of it in this department.
We totally just ran over a pedestrian. A more thorough search of the backyard lot might have produced evidence tying Gabriel to the crime. Wow. Interesting that they'll drop the F word in Spanish, but not English. Yeah. Apparently getting hit by a car costs you $50 in injuries. I would love that hospital plan. We are 2 cases through. It's 8:50, so I'm not going to start a new one. Yeah, we got him. Let's do some breakdown, shall we? And talk a little bit about what we saw over the course of the evening. Yeah, we're not gonna check this yet. Oh, unsafe progress will be lost. Okay. So I'll admit I'm conflicted going through the game, and I know that part of my dissatisfaction is being forced to play a character who is so just like outright frustratingly abhorrent. And I also though I at the beginning of the game was talking about, like, you know, what is the deal with the lack of people of color in general, but particularly black people. It's just like, this is a very, very white scene. But we also, like, when we're looking at the actions of the LA Police Department and the way that treatment of others is sanctioned from brass, from the top down, like, it's really hard to find characters in this police, you know, in this entire police outfit, to find as characters to emulate or to feel are positive. Yeah, go ahead and say it, he's racist. I mean, yeah, I mean the department is racist is the thing. Like, it's an institutionalized top down, and it's really frustrating. It's really difficult to play these characters. And yeah, at least Gabriel and Cole can bond over their disdain for Valdez's sexual preferences. Yeah, like, but even from a writing perspective, again, Academical calls out that there will be some parallels that are brought up later on, but what was the necessity to bring that in the first place, particularly for you know, the first gay character that we encounter, and perhaps not, you know, one of probably very few. And yet this is all layered upon, this is all layered within a very slick, you know, AAA veneer. There's obviously a lot of money put into this game. And I will admit, as frustrated as I am, without having a solid understanding, or without having a solid memory of how the rest of the game plays out, I am still really intrigued to see what they do with these characters, and how from a writing perspective, they give these characters. I mean, considering the game was in what, I think it was in 2011, maybe, that the game was made. So, I mean, considering that this was created from a modern context, like, these characters are going to get their due. It's just a question of when and how. And how much are we going to have to play with these characters, working alongside them and pushing their goals forward before we're able to see that retribution? Again, I compare it to House of Cards because I guess the newest season just came out, but Frank Underwood is not a character to admire. Frank Underwood is successful, but he subverts any structures that are put in place to allow the will of the people to work out. He does a lot of really shady just anything to get what he wants in a system. And though I won't give spoilers for those who haven't seen the show, I mean, he definitely considers himself not just above the law, but above people. And it's kind of sickening. But watching him be successful for seasons, it gets tiring. So it makes me wonder, what are we supposed to see as this game goes forward? And yeah, I would, let's say, a lot of nostalgia for this time period in America. I'd compare it to The Handmaid's Tale. And I will have to look up the Zoot Suit riots, because I can't help but imagine there's going to be a little bit of tie there. But at least with The Handmaid's Tale, we have Offred as a character to have some hope in. We do still have, like, positive characters to emulate, but right now I don't really feel like we've been provided any character on the LAPD who we can look to as a source of positivity. And perhaps the only one that we have been provided in general is Kelso, who Phelps seemed to have gone out of his way to rank particularly poorly for his inability to conform to the system. So, well, that was a night, folks. I do anticipate that we're going to clear this one. As frustrated as I am, with a number of the themes that have been covered. I do want to see where this road ends, and I do think that there's a lot of really good discussion for us to have about not only the writing choices that the team made in creating the game, but also giving an opportunity for us to analyze systems of power, of racism, and basically finding, what does LA Noire say about these kinds of situations? We're obviously not, we are not far removed. We are not removed from situations of racism and white supremacy having really, really terrible effects on the world. So, yeah, I don't know. Are all Rockstar protagonists this shady? I always thought CJ was pretty solid. I actually didn't play through. I have not cleared a Grand Theft Auto. I've played a number of them, but I didn't. And I think CJ was San Andreas, if I recall correctly, and I didn't spend any time with San Andreas. I think probably if I did pick a GTA to go through, it would probably be 5. And I think it's just from its multiple, having its multiple characters and, but yeah, I don't know. Anyway, folks, it's 8:56, which is super close to 9, and I'm gonna go ahead and lock it down with. I need to queue up a special. This is how. I'm sure there's something that I can do that'll automatically play a song from OBS, but I don't know how to do it, so I'm just gonna do it the way I always do it. Anyway, thank you everybody for stopping by. This is a frustrating game, but I think that there was a lot for us to learn, and I, of course, always enjoy the conversation and the laughs. Again, if you're not there already, please join the Discord. I am really excited to be able to have some conversations with folks off stream, and to be able to start talking about other games to play and things like that. So, yeah, if also link the Discord one more time if you haven't. I actually was going to ask for that, but that's the link to the Discord channel. That's going to be basically a special Intelligame chat room. So if you folks jump in there, we'll be able to have a lot of different really interesting conversations. And I'd love to hear some more of your thoughts about what happened during LA Noire, if there were particular things that you're excited about, want to see, or just really frustrated about. And again, and also thanks to all the newcomers who showed up, and Mom and Dad, thanks for coming and watching the stream. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing you in the future. If you are new, definitely you can keep an eye out. You can keep an eye out for Intelligame at intelligame.us. You saw the link that circulated for the newest article that populated there. You can also follow us on social media at facebook.com/let'sintelligame and twitter.com/let'sintelligame. We've also got, we don't have any events coming up real soon, but in a couple weeks we will be at E3. So expect some information from there. And Thursday I will be away from my desk, so we won't be doing a traditional stream. If I am able to, I'll stream from LA, but otherwise expect us to take a week off and resume the following Thursday. Anyway, everybody have a fantastic night. It was awesome seeing you, and we will do this again real soon.